is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Show your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
You're just gonna be quiet.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy.
What's up?
Happy opening day.
Yes, opening day.
I know you're fired up.
Go Royals.
Boy, there is nothing that gets Rob Sports Pants tight like Blazers opening day action.
Nope.
Yes.
To the point where, do you know what's in today's notes?
My guess is not a lot of Blazers talk.
No, there's a couple things we got to talk
Couple
about.
things, yeah.
One.
Color therapy?
What?
Yeah, you missed it.
Did you guys talk about that already?
No.
No,
what are you talking
no.
about?
Oh, Rob missed it.
Yeah, Rob missed it.
Yeah.
I'm familiar of what you speak. We need our.
We'll
we need
get
our
into that
glasses.
eventually, I'm guessing. But the Blazers are going through some color therapy to help with their moods as they go into the season.
Jeremy Grant was wearing some. They wear some glasses that put you in a better mood.
A gift from another teammate, Matisse Thybulle, I
Yeah,
believe.
there's a tint to them, and then not
what?
taint, a tint,
A tint?
a tint.
That's not what you
A
said.
tint. I said tint.
I don't think you did.
What did you think I said?
Golf. Goff.
No, we're
Well,
not talking
you
about
said-
tees.
I can't say what you said.
Get your mind
Can we,
out of the.
can we go
gut.
back on the tape?
No, we can't, because if I did say it, we're not supposed to say it. I said tint. Tint.
You meant tint. I
It's
don't know
a
that
tint.
It sounded awfully close to something else.
No, well, it wasn't.
I know it wasn't.
You guys are despicable. Here we are trying to talk about mood light therapy, and
We're ruining
Jeremy
the mood.
Grant being in a better mood because of another teammate's tint, and here you are trying to make it something gross.
Well, you said it.
I
not
didn't
me.
say anything. Well,
Anyway,
I did. I said,
what are they doing?
I don't. It's you wear some glasses, and there's a.
Do we
Oh.
do we want our players in a good mood?
I
mean,
think so.
You
right?
do?
Yeah.
Don't you want them in a bad mood, like a little bit more edgy?
I don't think so.
You want to
I
win?
mean, maybe like a defensive end. Wasn't it Deion Sanders that
Do you
said
think-
that? You want defensive players from like broken homes?
Do you think that this is a ploy to get the Blazers to lose as many games as possible, like make them happier? And so,
Make them so comfortable.
'cause that's what they want, right? This year is about
Well,
losing.
Not according
games.
to Chance.
I'm going to that lake.
Well, he's the
Chance,
coach.
Chance wants to go to that lake with Scoot. Oh, it's a weird year. You got a coach that doesn't want to be here. He said as much. They fired his brother trying to get him to quit. He says they want to go to the playoffs. They just want to get Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, flags!
Supposedly the best player in your team, like the franchise, he's hurt again. I don't know. I don't know what the hell to do with any of this. But they open tonight, and I don't know. Go. I don't know if you've got the over or under. Go Warriors. Go Blazers. Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a? Wake me when they do something.
No, in the notes I've got.
And someone did point out more teas would put everyone in a good mood.
Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a
I've got the guess the salary quiz today.
Oh, okay. I don't know who we're guessing, but I'll
You know you don't. I'm not going to tell you.
I'll guess away.
You'll look it up.
I am not going to opening night. I'm
not?
assuming you will be there. Well,
I'll
I
be
got
there.
Timbers tonight. I got playoffs.
I have to get audio after the game.
I got playoffs, man.
I have
Why
to-
would I go to an opener when I got playoffs? Everything's on the line at Providence. Come on.
I have to. I
I'm
have
a
to
soccer
go,
guy now.
I have to go do the post game interviews with all the players
And then cut up the sound and
Yeah.
make sure we get it back here.
and get it back for Schultz's post game show.
Boy,
So
I'll
you
tell
could
you.
ask them specifically about their mood and how the color affected the opener.
Yeah, I could, or I could just stand there with a microphone
Yeah.
shoved in their face.
All I know is one iron furnace. He needed that sound turned around. Stat. He wanted it there in the morning. We didn't have a morning show, but damn it, he wanted it there for those morning updates. And if it wasn't,
Yeah.
heads were going to roll.
Well, look, the way I view Blazer coverage,
Mm-hmm.
particularly this year, I mean, we've been here through a lot of the dark times of the Blazers,
Yes, we have.
you and I.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's ever been less buzz.
No, this thing
Ever.
is just,
At least you can watch the team this year.
well, kind of.
I can't.
I mean, more than you could
I
last year.
can. And you may watch it in standard def, but it's happening.
I just noticed today I can't watch them. I have YouTube TV. I will only get 6 of their games.
But couldn't you get them on Blazer Vision? Stream it?
What?
Yeah,
You
but I'm
could-
not paying $120 for that. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
They could give it to me free and I probably wouldn't watch
I'm
it.
just saying they're more accessible than last year, and that's a good
No,
thing for
I
fans.
know they are. I know they are. I'm just saying I happen to be one who got hosed. Thanks a lot, Blazers.
I did not.
How much Blazer viewing do you think you're missing out on by the fact they're not available for you? Game or two?
Yeah, tops. I mean, 6 games is a
Like
lot.
you'd watch like 4 minutes of about 12 games,
Well, I
and
get
that
the
would be it.
I get the national games.
There's 2 of those, I think.
And you'd
So
watch
there's 2.
maybe a quarter of those combined.
It depends on who they're playing.
Okay.
You know what? There may only be one national
I
game.
think it
now.
is.
I think-
Is it just the
I think
Dame
it's
game?
just the Dame game.
I think so too.
Yeah, I
And
think it's
then,
just one national game.
I get 6 on KATU 2.1 because that's the only channel I get on YouTube TV.
Yeah.
6 of their games are on that.
Yeah.
So I have 7 games.
Well,
That's plenty.
Can't you do the antenna and then get the antenna in standard definition?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I could.
Anybody want to watch standard def?
You know who has the games? This
What?
is ironic.
What?
My father-in-law
Oh, really?
down in the ADU. He will have the games.
Because he loves the rabbit ears.
Do you remember I told you?
Yes.
We built this ADU.
Don't
Okay.
need that
for-
Apple TV garbage. Get it out of here.
Yeah, and so we put in a flat screen TV, Apple TV. It has Netflix, Hulu. It has it all.
Yeah.
Anything that he could want to watch.
Yeah.
Because, he's got cancer.
That's what you do.
He just sits down there and lives his best life. Eats his
Exactly.
ice cream.
Yeah, needs his
So
blazers.
we gave him anything he could watch, and he didn't want it.
Mhm.
He wanted an antenna.
Yes.
So we went to Bimart and bought a $29.99 antenna.
Of course you did.
And I hooked that up for him.
Yeah.
And now he's got his 47 weird channel. Have you ever seen the channels that come with an antenna?
No, I have not.
I mean, you get some of the locals,
Sure.
but then
and then you pick up rate. Yeah.
Oh my God,
depending on where you're at, I've heard you get anywhere from like 20
it's
to
like
60
47
channels.
channels. And let me tell you, they're the most random things ever.
Yeah.
It's weird. There's weird stuff
But
on them.
he can get.
But he loves it.
And he can get standard
And
definition
now
laser games.
that guy will be able to watch the Blazers
Yes.
down there
Yeah.
while in the main house, the mansion, with all the bells and whistles.
Got nothing.
I will have 6 games.
Well, if you go back to Comcast, I think Comcast, you got them on HD now.
No chance.
Yeah. And then like YouTube TV, I think in January when they do the, what's the channel called?
Univision?
Charge or whatever. I don't know.
No, it's what did they call it? Yeah, it's like Blazer. Oh, Rip City TV. Is that it?
Whatever.
Something like that.
It's coming in January. Or you just buy, if you want, you can get a streaming box, maybe online, and then you get everything for free. So
Bottom line is, if you want it, you can have it.
yes, it's there for you.
Who wants it though?
Well, I'm sure
Not
some
as many
people,
this year
Not
as
this
others.
year.
I'm
Yeah.
sure some people want it.
Look,
I
they're
don't know.
starting. They're buying low, right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
coming into the market. It's a little clunky. Nobody really knows, but it doesn't really matter because nobody really cares. And then when they're good in 6 years, with who's the number 1 pick guy?
Cooper Flag.
With Cooper Flag,
Or Ace Bailey. I
Flags!
don't know whoever you get.
then they'll raise Blazer Vision prices to like $300 a season.
Oh, someone is saying now
Screw
that
you over.
Comcast is standard definition until January. So that too. The whole thing is very confusing. There's a lot of elements to it, so I don't know what to tell you other than you can watch it if you want. You just have to find ways. It's gonna get better. Well, it is better. It's just it's not all the way better. And then come January, then it's a lot better.
Here's the thing: they're doing the right thing.
They're trying. Baby steps.
They are.
They're doing the work.
They'll get it there.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if they'll be any good, and by January you may not want to watch
Well,
them.
it's the
but
right time to do this. Like they
Sure.
couldn't do this in the
This is
middle of a
This is year 4 of the tank. You got to figure some
Yeah.
stuff out in year 4.
year 4.
Can Sharp stay healthy? Is Ant going to get dealt? Does Jeremy Grant and his weird tint glasses, does he end up going somewhere?
Did it again.
I definitely got the N that time.
Yeah,
that
did
was
you?
that was tint.
Tint.
Yeah.
Have you gone to the
Tint.
tape yet?
No, I haven't.
Can we?
Well, we're not going to replay it.
Well, he said tint.
It's
Or-
tint.
It's
then
intent.
why would we go back to the tape?
His intent
It's
was tint.
The intent, yes. Although, look, it may make...
Well,
I think I think the other one would make Jeremy Grant happier. You tell me if you gave an NBA guy tint or the other that he wouldn't take. Who wouldn't take the other? I mean, come on.
Wait, what? What are we talking about? I'm
Well, now we're talking about the Newston T's.
going to show you my boobs.
If I got 2 T's, you have to choose. No one's taking tint. No
Oh.
one.
So wait, they're doing color therapy.
Matisse
Oh my
Thybulle-
God, you're pulling a Buckley right now. That's
So
what
like,
we were talking about.
well, I know, but explain it. Like, what does that mean? Like, so
We're
they're all
listening to the dude's story.
they're all wearing pink.
They're all wearing glasses that have different colors in them, and apparently it helps you with the mood. And Jeremy Grant was doing an interview in some stylish
He was in magenta shades.
magenta shade.
Someone asked him about it. I'm like, oh yeah, Matisse got everybody all these color shades to do color therapy to help their moods.
I got to tell you, I love Matisse Thybulle. He's my favorite Blazer now.
Well, maybe he can get you some color glasses, and then you can, I don't know,
Well, I want no part of that, but I think he's
be in
great.
a better mood.
He's great. He's great for the team.
Yeah.
I like his style of play.
Yeah.
He's you know what he is? He's a glue guy.
Yeah.
And
Well,
he seems pretty smart and cool.
well, we'll see what happens.
I'm
'cause-
in on that guy.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my MVP.
That's
right
your
there.
MVP.
Of the league.
Oh, okay. Well, there you
I should
go.
be on Fox.
That is your hot Blazer take. I'm busy watching the big playoff game. I got wild card action tonight at Providence, for God's sakes. I got the dreaded Whitecaps coming down to take on my Timbers.
Big sports night.
Big sports night.
Here in town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the Timbers, like, is Chara's kid going to get rolled out for 3 minutes at the Timbers game? Are we doing something like that?
What? Diego Chara?
Yeah, I don't know.
Does he have a kid?
I'm assuming there's a kid somewhere.
Is he going
right?
to play on the team?
No. It worked for the Lakers. Rolling out kids, man. It's a big deal last night.
Do we have to talk about that?
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything.
Well, that's true.
You have to do anything but wear your tinted glasses and be in a better mood. Maybe that's what we need for you, is just to be in a happier mood, is just wear some glasses.
I'm happy. I love this time of year. Sports is great. Love the NBA.
I checked the tape.
Yeah, let's play it.
Doesn't sound great.
Well, but he meant tint. Just play it.
Well, okay, hold on.
I'll take the fall.
Hold on a second. I got it. Well, I didn't edit it. I just found it.
Well, I don't know. Do you have to edit it? Can't we just play something?
Yeah, well, just hold on.
You
We'll
need
do it the
glasses.
old-fashioned
This
way.
is the sort of mood-
Hold on. Everybody settle down.
This is
Yeah,
the mood
shut
that you
up.
wouldn't be in if you had the thigh bone
All right, here we
glasses.
go. Gift from another teammate, Matisse Thibault, I
Yeah,
believe.
there's a tint to them. And then,
Come on, man.
Man.
There's no N in there.
it's a little.
But you tried to put an N
It's
in
in
there.
Yeah, but
there.
that-
it
the
just
intent
didn't-
was-
the intent
the
of
intent
tint. The
was there.
execution was probably not the best.
Hold on. Hold on, everybody. All right.
Hold on, everybody.
I think absolutely.
It's a big show.
It is a big show. It's a really big show.
Big sports night. Taster's choice moment in the NBA last night. We've got fun with audio.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 5 burning college football questions. Can you believe that?
5.
Yeah.
Wow.
5.
I was prepared for like 3 burning questions. I wasn't ready for 5.
Are we ready for a World Series preview? Maybe not today. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Are we ready to look ahead to Illinois? You want to talk about Illinois?
Only if they wear their sweet helmets. Did you see them last week?
Yeah, they were great.
Oh, yeah. They did the Red Grange throwbacks.
Did you see how long it took to
Yes.
make each one of them?
2 hours.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, when I was watching it, I'm like, wow, those look real because they were made to look like leather.
That was the idea.
It threw me for a loop because
Yeah.
I just, shocker, I did not watch the Illinois game. I just saw the highlights, and when you see the highlights, I was like, "What in the hell is?"
Yeah,
and then
I
I
know.
looked at them.
It
I was
looked
like,
pretty good.
They looked great.
That's cool.
And
I thought it was a dumb idea, and then you saw them out there. You're like, "Whoa, that does look like a throwback."
yeah, they said that the helmets, each one of them, every single helmet took 2 hours to hand paint.
Wow.
To get it to look like
For one game?
Because it was like hand painted airbrush. It
Yeah.
was like
to get it to look like leather.
Yeah,
Isn't that cool?
Well, that is cool. I gotta question some resource allocation there. Like,
Well, I wonder if CBS had something to do with it because if you didn't watch the broadcast, I tuned into that game
Mm-hmm.
and right at the beginning they did this whole bit where it was like black and white.
yeah,
And then Danielson and who's the other guy? Brad Nessler, maybe.
that was doing.
They were doing the game anyway. They were wearing like their old timey sports reporter hats.
Oh, yeah, she and that
And then their
thing,
little
the
microphone.
card that says press in it or whatever.
And then they did it. The whole broadcast
Yeah.
was meant to look old
Oh,
school,
yeah.
and it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I
So
did
maybe CBS did the helmets. I don't. know.
I did not see any of that. I just saw the highlights and then the helmets, and then I was looking at them and I looked it up. Dude, those things are awesome. The jerseys were whatever, but the helmets, dude, those things were kick ass. Again, don't know about how many kids dressed for that game. You know, you're probably dealing with 80 plus helmets. Again, doesn't seem like the best use of money and
I think you
time,
can suit up 85 of them.
but it was pretty damn cool.
All right, let's get started with the poll question coming up next on the Fan.
It's the Van Fan.
All right, poll question time. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you which fan base should be melting down the most. Now, I will say we had an inordinate amount of votes on this poll question yesterday.
It's a hot poll.
I don't know why. Perhaps Florida State fans got wind because Florida State won.
Well, they are 1-6, so
yeah, 47% Florida State, 36% USC, 14% Oregon State, and only 3% Oklahoma.
hey, hey.
Or maybe it was Oklahoma fans who got wind, and they all voted for the other three
to throw us off the scent
to make sure that Oklahoma was way down the
of how
list
crappy Oklahoma is.
because they can't handle
No.
this trouble that they're in
Well, they stink.
with Brent Venables.
Yeah.
Salina, Kansas.
USC
Great.
stinks. Florida State stinks. You know, the Beavs aren't very good. At least the Beavs are injured. You got that. You got some excuses if you're Oregon State. You know, your roster got gutted. You had a bunch of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. Hey, but good news. You're playing Washington State twice next year.
Yeah. We'll get to that coming up. Which gets you the most sports aroused this week? That is today's poll question. Is it Yankees Dodgers?
It's going to be hard to beat Yankees Dodgers.
Is it NBA season opening?
No.
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 Is it Oregon Illinois?
Nah.
Or Seahawks Bills?
Hey, that is a good one.
That is a good
And
one.
the Seahawks getting a little healthy. They made some moves on the defensive side of the ball, bringing in Ernest Jones Jr.
Hey, Seattle.
I think he's the fourth.
Is he the fourth?
Ernest Jones the fourth.
The fourth. Why,
He's not
why was
junior.
I thinking there was a junior in there?
I don't know.
No.
It's not
Unbe-
not cool, dude.
No. I'm doing a disservice to
Ernie.
the other two. Yeah, to me it's the World Series. I mean, look.
Oh, really?
It's not even close. One, I love the World Series. Postseason baseball is fantastic. I think this postseason has been phenomenal. Almost every series. And I don't like the Yankees. In fact, I loathe the Yankees. Not a Dodgers guy, but come on. Number one and number two markets, you got Judge, Ohtani, and all the other players that are. I mean, I got the backdrop of Fernando passing away. You know, Dodger legend.
You know, the Dodgers might have just won the series today. without
Yeah, if
even-
that's on a Team of Destiny thing.
Yeah.
I
boy.
mean,
Because
it's
if Reggie Jackson had died,
yeah,
then the Yankees would win.
yeah, Yankees by 1,000.
But Fernando Valenzuela died, and he was only 63.
yeah,
And for those of you too young, he was awesome.
yes,
That was Fernando Mania.
yep.
And he
And
was a
he
member of their
was-
Spanish broadcast team. He going
Yeah.
into the playoffs, they had to announce, hey, he's going to step away for some health stuff, and never made it back.
Well, and I mean, he was just such a big part of that.
Yeah,
that city,
era.
that organization. When they built Chavez Ravine, dude, they displaced a bunch of Hispanic families, a bunch of Mexican families, and so it was that was a real problem, obviously, in that area with that stadium and that group of people. And now, when you think about the Dodgers, I mean, there's such a rich history and tradition between people, Mexican people, and the Dodgers organization. And Fernando was the guy that bridged that gap. Not only was he just a phenomenal player, he was for a short while. I mean, he was just this lightning bolt for baseball, but he was such a bridge for not just that team and that community, but really the Latino players and communities across the country. Fernando was one of the first. He was a huge deal.
El Toro.
Yeah.
And he was kind of fat, which was cool.
Yeah.
And he did the thing with his eyes.
Yeah, he had the big wind up and
Yeah,
you know,
so if you didn't see his, you young Sparkies, he would wind up and he'd put his hands way over his head, his glove way up there,
Yep.
and he would always look up to the sky.
Yep.
That was always I always thought that was the coolest thing.
It had a little bit of a no-mo thing for those who
Yeah.
weren't old
Yeah,
enough. Because
there
I
you
wasn't
go.
old enough for Valenzuela, but the way that kind of had the look away from where your target was it was really unique.
Yeah, it was wild.
And they played it up in Bull Durham, right? Like, the breathing out of your eyelids like Fernando and not looking at anything. And he just was
He had the screwball.
in the 80s, he was a big freaking deal.
So in
there.
1981, the last time the Yankees and Dodgers met in the World Series,
Yep.
that was the year Fernando won Rookie of the Year and Cy Young.
Yep.
And the story goes that he was a reliever all through the minors, and Tommy Lasagna was running that team, and their opening day starter went down, and they said, Fernando, you're in.
Yeah.
He'd never started a game, ever.
Nope.
And they put him in, and he pitched the first 8 starts of the season. He threw 5 shutouts.
Yeah.
His ERA was like 0.5.
Yeah.
He was
And he finished
He was
all 8
unbelievable.
games. He went
Yes.
9 innings in all of them.
He was unbelievable.
Yeah, like I said, and it obviously it wasn't the lengthiest career, but there was a 6 or 7 year stretch there where Fernando was
Fernando Mania.
he was the man.
So the Dodgers probably have already won the World Series.
Yes.
But
Let's
that
hope.
doesn't start till Friday.
But I of those things, it's not even close to me. No offense to the start of the NBA, but again, wake me at Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll pay attention because, like, in between NFL games, I'm like, oh yeah, NBA's on. And
go to
Oregon,
that late.
Illinois, I'll pay attention to. Obviously, it's a ranked team. I mean, that's not like they're playing Purdue, so I'll keep an eye on that. What was the other one that you had on there?
Seahawks
Bills.
Yeah, Seahawks Bills, really good game. And now all of a sudden you look at Seattle, hopefully getting healthy and got a couple right tackles back, made some moves on the defensive side of the ball. Gino's playing great, and that division looks very winnable right now if you're Seattle. And so that's a great test against Buffalo. But come on, I mean,
come on,
Yankees Dodgers World Series.
I think a lot of people don't want to watch Yankees Dodgers.
No,
they're just like, well, I mean,
baseball's lost a lot of interest over the years.
Well, that, and I just feel like while Yankees Dodgers is just perfect for MLB itself,
yeah,
I think there's a lot of true baseball fans that eye roll at Dodgers Yankees.
Well, that may be so, but I'll bet you this does a monster number. This is
of course, that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, MLB wants it. This is perfect because a ton of people are going to tune in because the casual layperson's like, oh, Yankees Dodgers, I got to watch that.
Yeah,
right? That's what that is.
Yeah.
But I think that the more intense baseball fan perhaps
may shy away.
Well, I don't know if they'll shy away though. I mean, I'm kind of like this. Like, I don't want to see the Yankees or the Dodgers win. But I'm gonna watch. I mean, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. I always watch the World Series. I watched last year. Diamondbacks and Rangers. Like, who cares about that?
No, and that's me too. And yet, I had no rooting interest whatsoever last year. I have a rooting interest this year. One, I really like Shohei Ohtani. I think he's fantastic. Obviously, in my household, that guy can do no wrong. My kids and the BTJ love him. And I think he's a very easy guy to root for, especially, remember all that offseason crap and, that he dealt with the interpreter ripping him off. And all he's done is put together one of the greatest seasons in baseball history.
He put that behind him.
Yeah.
Quite well.
And he's putting another MVP in his pocket. And if he wins a World Series, dude, it's one of the great seasons of all time. So that's easy for me to root for, and it's easy for me to root against the Yankees. So I've got, unlike some years, like you said last year, I could care less. I just wanted to see some drama. I have a rooting interest in this. One is easy to root for with Ohtani, and there's not a better team to root against in baseball than the Yankees. It's just not. I love rooting against
but
the
a lot of
Yankees.
us put the Dodgers and Yankees kind of in the same category.
Thing, yeah.
Although I did look it up. The Dodgers only have, so the Yankees have the 27 titles.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many titles the Dodgers have?
They got like maybe, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. They got like what, 5 or 6?
They have 7.
7.
In the Yankees' #1 payroll this year, Dodgers only 5.
Well, but that's because they deferred $700 million.
The little engine that could, Los Angeles Dodgers, going up against Goliath. It's David Goliath.
Yeah, it truly is. Is there such a thing? What is Goliath versus? It's like Godzilla versus Mothra. I don't know. I guess
Godzilla versus King Kong.
Yeah, it'd be Kong and Godzilla. And I'm assuming that Godzilla would be the Yankees. So we're rooting for little old King Kong here with, Although would Godzilla be more the Dodgers because they've got Ohtani and Godzilla is Japanese. Mm-hmm. So maybe we need to flip that.
Well, there's your poll.
Yeah, are you rooting for your favorite player?
Who?
Chaz.
What?
The name I can't say.
Jazz Chisholm.
Nah, he's a bum. I hate the Yankees. Believe me, I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I love Shohei. I think Shohei's great. Yeah. But I mean, come on, Dodgers, Yankees. Ugh.
Oh well, I'm not that way. I am not going to give this series. Not doing it.
Which gets you the most sports aroused this week? Yankees, Dodgers, Oregon, Illinois, Seahawks, Bills, NBA season opening. Vote hard on X at 1080 The Fan. You mentioned it. Oregon State has set its schedule.
Yeah, and,
for next season.
I thought it was a misprint.
We've got it.
I thought we
have it here.
Exclusively. Turns out it's not a misprint.
Yeah. Well, they're playing a bunch of games, and we're going to tell you who they're playing and in what order next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update. 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. Little breaking news in college football as Oregon State has announced their 2025 football schedule. It'll start at home against California and Fresno State. Then they go on the road to Texas Tech and Oregon, back home for Houston, at Appalachian State before a bye. They'll be home against Louisiana Lafayette, Wake Forest, Washington State, and Sam Houston before going on the road to Tulsa, having one more bye, and then going on the road again to play Washington State. On the hardwood tonight, the Blazers opened their season at Moda Center hosting the Golden State Warriors. Portland will be without Robert Williams, Shaden Sharp, and Matisse Thybulle. Warriors favored by 6.5 when they tip it off at 7 o'clock. In the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks traded linebackers with the Tennessee Titans, sending Jerome Baker to Nashville and getting Ernest Jones IV back in return. Titans also traded receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs, with the Chiefs sending a 4th-round pick back in return. Bryce Young is once again the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers after Andy Dalton sustained a thumb injury in a car accident. Meanwhile, Jets head coach Robert Saleh has joined the Green Bay Packers staff in an unspecified capacity. In the college game, number 1 Oregon Ducks host number 20 Illinois on Saturday. Ducks head coach Dan Lanning says receiver Trayshawn Holden is available after missing last week's game at Purdue under team suspension. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, Rob, back here on the radio. It's your radio guy, Rob. They call me the Window Daddy, and the reason is because I love windows. Big window guy. It's getting cold, and your heating bills are on the rise, probably, and your house's old and damaged windows, they're going to let that heat and your hard-earned cash, U.S. dollars, go right out the window. So fixing your old windows before winter is a priority, which makes October the best time to swap them out. So who would I call as the Window Daddy? Window Nation. And here's why. They have a great deal going on right now where every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 more free. No matter how many you need, that deal's unlimited. And you can pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. So now's the time to get on their schedule. 96% of the windows installed require no follow-up service, and they all come with a lifetime warranty. So for a free and no-obligation quote, give them a call at 866-90-NATION or log on to windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. And please tell them you heard it from Isaac on The Fan.
Did you know that Wendy
Yeah, Gary Anderson. You remember the Gare Bear?
I do remember the Gare Bear. I don't think he's coaching anywhere now. I think he's done.
Sitting on a bunch of money.
Not as much as he could. He had to.
Yeah. Remember, he was so kind to give it all back.
Sure.
Why are you laughing?
It's amazing what you'll give back in order to keep things out of the press.
What?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Well, he just gave back that money out of the goodness of his heart. Was it like $12 million?
Beans, how about that?
Lots of people just give back $12 million for seemingly no reason whatsoever.
Good dude.
Shut up.
Oh, I don't know about that, but you know.
Man.
Yeah.
You're alluding to something. I don't know what it is, but
I don't know.
It's like those cryptic tweets athletes always send out to
I'm
drive you crazy.
I'm in playoff mode with LeBron right now. I'm gonna stop
shutting her down.
I'm gonna send out a cryptic tweet or two and then just shut her down.
What did he call his thing? It was like 23 Dark 30 or something like that. He had a whole media blackout.
By the way, thanks to Oregon State, would like to give them a hearty shout out here because that knocks LeBron's segment back another one.
There you go.
And maybe we can keep knocking it back until we don't even cover it.
Yeah, because we got a 2025 schedule now. It's Division I football.
Yeah,
it's Washington State twice.
The Beavers finished off their schedule. They're piecing this bitch together for next year.
I just this is a new one for me. Although it turns out this has happened before with other independents. I guess New Mexico State did this a couple times with one of their rivals, but it's the first time I've seen like a big boy football team ever do this.
They're playing. I think what you mean is they're playing Washington State twice
in the same month, which I find weird. Like it would make sense to me if you like opened with Washington State and then you closed with Washington State, but they play Washington State November 1st, and then they play Washington State November 29th.
Yeah, well.
Which.
Well, my.
I mean, whatever. Look,
I like that is your Rob's coming with a hot opinion of whatever.
It's not that big of a deal. I mean,
it's weird, but it's not a big deal. It's weird.
It's odd.
It's an oddity for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely an oddity.
Have you ever known any team not named New Mexico State to do this?
I feel like we have seen this a handful of times in like the Big 12 or conferences with conference championship games where you have, Big 10, where they play towards the end of the season. They play right again like 2 weeks later or whatever, but not scheduled.
That's with a conference championship.
Right.
Michigan and Ohio State don't play November 1st and then play November 29th.
They should.
Wouldn't that be something?
People would love that.
Yeah, it's
what
like,
if
hey,
every team like bookended a month of the season?
I know you loved the Iron Bowl, so I'm going to give you this, the Iron Bowl Part 2. And this is now their rival. You know, in the new Pac-12, this is their main rival, and I just think it's weird that you're playing them twice.
So here's what the schedule will look like next year for Oregon State. They will host Cal and Fresno State.
But it's a good schedule.
Right out of the
I'm
gate.
not crapping on the schedule. It's solid.
Those two games are good.
Absolutely.
And then you go to Texas Tech, another good game, and then you're at Oregon. Those first four, good games.
A good game.
Then it gets a little weird. Well, weird. I don't like that term. It's just
random.
It's very random.
But like we talked about this when BYU went independent, you had a nice mix of some games that against Power 5 opponents that you got excited for, and then there were Lafayette's mixed in.
So they've got Houston at home on the 27th of September. That wraps up the September schedule.
Yeah.
Then they go to App State, then a bye, and then they got 4 straight homies.
Yeah.
Lafayette, Wake Forest, Washington State, and Sam Houston.
Yeah.
Followed by a road game at Tulsa, then a bye week, and then they wrap up the season at Washington State.
And the problem that you find, and again, this is what BYU had, is it's pretty easy to start the season with some quality teams, but once those teams get into conference play, it's hard to find teams that want to come play, especially out west, deep into your season. It's hard to find those games. Hence, you get Washington State twice in the month of November, because that's going to be the hardest time to find a team, which is why you have, Cal, Fresno State, Oregon, Texas Tech at the beginning, and no offense, but you got App State, Lafayette, Sam Houston, and Tulsa. I guess be grateful that Wake Forest was available at the end of October, and then, Washington State twice. And so I asked the question, if you're an Oregon State fan, and maybe the answer is I don't care because you're pissed, would you rather play Washington State twice, or would you rather play Washington State once and then that other game would be Lafayette Academy of the Sister Mary of the Poor St. Agnes?
Yeah, I mean, they can reply in the Vancouver Fort text line, 503-864-6326. I would say that if you look at the 12 games, not the order that they're in, but if you just look at the 12 games, it's a pretty balanced schedule.
Absolutely.
I mean, but like you said, they have to front load a lot of those tougher games because those teams are all playing conference opponents down the, later in the season. Yeah. So it's actually a pretty...
It's not bad.
I don't know. It's not a bad schedule. I don't know.
Not.
I don't think it's a big deal that they play Washington State twice. It is very rare. As a matter of fact, they said this goes all the way back to 1945 is the last time that those two teams met twice in the same season, the year after they came back from the war.
Mm. Oh, okay. Well, so now we're just in, I don't know, we're in wartime mode. It makes sense. Like, you got to find games. And by the way, this will change next year, or I guess not next year, the year after that when you go into the Pac-12 because you'll have a conference to play. And it won't be hard finding a couple non-conference games, but this year, just it is what it is. This is what you have to do. And again, I could make an argument, while I think it's a little strange, I could make a solid argument that you'd rather play Washington State twice than one of those other, I don't know, again, a school that you've never heard of, which is usually what you have to play when you get to that part of your schedule.
Anytime you get a better game, it's better.
Yeah,
I think. And Washington State would be better than playing
it's
Sam
just
Houston.
weird. It's like you have a hard-fought game, and then it's like, man, if we can only get those guys again. Oh, you will in 3 weeks.
But you have plenty of cupcakes on there too. Well, I say cupcake, just lesser games.
Yeah.
I mean, who the hell's going to show up to watch Sam Houston? Is that what it was? Sam Houston?
Sam Houston.
In November in Corvallis?
Well, what about Lafayette?
Oh. Well, but at least isn't that one a little earlier in is that October?
Yeah.
Because the weather gets worse.
It's in that same 4-game stretch,
Yeah, it's October 18th. So is it really going to be a great day down at Reeser with Lafayette coming to town?
Look, none of them are great, but you got to have them. Like I said. So anyway, there's Oregon State's schedule.
Yeah. Because I remember, I looked it up. 1 year BYU when we were independent, we played Utah to start, which was weird because that was our big rival. Then we got Tennessee at Tennessee, USC, Washington. That's a hell of a run to start the season. And then we get Toledo, and then we get Liberty, and then we get Idaho State, and then we had UMass. You make do.
Again, very balanced.
Yeah,
if
yes, you
space them out differently.
Yeah, you just can't. You can only play those teams at the beginning of the year, and then you got to schedule the Liberties of the world. And who knew Liberty would go on to kind of do good things?
Well, it's a big sports night in Portland, guys.
Yeah.
Will you be able to watch any of it? Next on The Fan.
Oregon
Well, the Blazers are going to try it again.
Blazers
tonight.
Wonderful. It's
Year
marvelous.
4 of the whatever this is.
Their
Guys, move on.
Their 55th season. They host the Warriors. You'll be able to watch it if you have cable, if you have an antenna, and now DirecTV and Fubo picked it up, so you can watch it on there.
Yeah. So.
And if you don't have those, say you have Dish or YouTube TV or DirecTV Stream or Hulu, you cannot watch it. You would have to watch through Blazer Vision, and that subscription is $19.99 a month.
Yeah.
Or $120 for the season.
Yes. So, look, I know some people are all wonky about this, but they laid this out when they made this announcement. It's just I don't know how well it was communicated with some of the, I don't know, the changes that'll be coming in January. And
well, there's a lot of moving parts to it.
But it
was really hard to explain clearly until people actually had to go get the games.
And now
people are like, what the hell? I don't get it.
It's better than it was,
What?
and it's going to continue to get better. And I'm not going to throw them any flack. The Blazers are doing the right thing here. It just may take a little while longer, but they're doing the right thing, and more people can watch it. So there you go. Now, will you want to watch it? I don't know. Again, it's another weird year in that the mission has to be lose games. Suppose you got a couple generational kids at the top of this draft, including probably the best prospect we've seen in 10, 15 years in Cooper Flagg. People are raving about the guy. And yet it's weird because, again,
Flags!
You're multiple years into this thing. You're still trying to figure out what the hell to do with Ant, what to do with Sharp. Billups is a dead man walking. And they're trying to talk about, and you got Jeremy Grant, who seemingly doesn't want to go anywhere, but gets shut down at the end of the year every year because they don't want to win games. It's a weird spot to be in. So what this team will be, couldn't tell you. It should be better on paper than it was last year, but that's not really the goal. So, and Sharp, by the way, is out for another couple weeks. So there you go.
We had a cable guy text in who said that it took some doing, but they've figured out that the Blazers games will be in HD on Xfinity, channel 302 or 1170.
Okay. Because that was the other one. People were like, what? Standard def? I'm not watching TV like poor people.
Hey, do you have Stars?
I have everything.
Do you have Stars?
Yes.
So have you watched anything on Stars recently?
I don't know. Like the way my little box works is I would just look at a series or like I don't go to Stars. It's just all available on there.
Well, I was watching something on Stars with my wife last night. She said that everything on there is it's not in standard def, but it's
not
weird.
Crisp.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Stars. I tried to look it up and I couldn't find anything. But I got to tell you, standard def, I'm out.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's horrible.
Yeah. When I was doing some of the the Stream E stuff, like if you're one of those guys, sometimes the picture isn't the best. Or when you see old games that are in standard def, like if you're watching like ESPN Classic or whatever, it's tough. You're like, oh my gosh, this is a rough go.
Well, and then we got the Timbers playing tonight.
Yeah.
They have a big playoff game.
Yes.
Wild card game.
And that is where against the evil Vancouver Whitecaps.
Wild card,
Screw
bitches!
those guys from the north. Yeah, and that's the one I'm going to.
And that'll be on Apple
Yes.
TV. So I don't,
It's a lot.
I mean, I don't know what kind of ratings they get locally from that. But
I don't know. I don't know what that does. From
I don't
a
think it's
TV
on cable
perspective. No, I think everything is on Apple TV. That's their whole deal. Is the MLS package is exclusively Apple TV.
So do they even care about local ratings when it comes to that?
I wouldn't think so. I think again that's probably just about subscriptions, right? Now I don't know as they go in. Will like the MLS Cup? Will that be on Apple or is that on actual broadcast TV?
I would imagine that's on broadcast.
I would
TV.
assume
somebody will, like ESPN would want that, right?
I would think. I'll look, see where that will.
By the way, the MLS today talking about moving to a fall-spring sched. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
What, with like a big gap in the winter?
Correct. Yeah, they're talking about as early as 2026, starting in the fall, and then take a big winter break because that times up with all the international breaks and tournaments and everything, and then finishing in the spring.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could see that. And by the way, they said the MLL, if you have the MLS pass, the season pass, you will be able to watch every postseason game on there. But certain playoff games, including the MLS Cup, will be broadcast on Fox and FS1.
Oh, okay.
So if you've got the pass, you're covered. If not, you can see it on Fox or FS1 on those. So there you go.
Well, it's wild times when
You're
you're trying to just watch your teams play on a big night.
This is the
locally.
one thing. Like, I don't miss cable that much, but at the same time, the ease of cable and knowing that it was all there, I'm not gonna lie, there is part of me that longs for those days. It's not like it affects me on a day-to-day basis, but I do in some ways just miss knowing that as long as I had Comcast or DirecTV or whatever, and I had the sports package, no matter what I wanted, it was there. And that was there was some comfort in that. It's gotten a little complex now. Even the NFL, like, you have to do the wait. Is it Monday or Thursday? There's it's
take some thought.
Yeah, and then Peacock and
couple extra steps.
And I will say that flipping, even with the little the stream boxes where you've got everything, flipping back and forth. I used to be a master. Of the channel flip.
You don't do that much anymore.
No, I do not. It's an
antiquated art.
It is. I find myself more and more just being like, you know what? I'm sticking to this, and maybe I check in on one of the others once in a while, but even if there's two big football games going on, I tend to pick one and then maybe DVR one and go back to it. But it's hard flipping around.
I will say YouTube TV makes it pretty easy to flip around.
Do they?
Because they put all the games up on the top.
Yeah.
So you can just toggle.
Yeah.
But
and now they got the multi-view thing going
yeah,
too, which is cool. Not because you don't necessarily want to watch it in multi-view, but when one of them gets good, you just click on it and it jumps there.
Yeah, it's really cool. YouTube offers you several options of 4 games at once. So they put them in, obviously they break it into quadrants.
That's tasty.
And then whatever one you want to watch, if it gets good, you just click on it.
And you control the sound for each one, which is great.
Yeah, you can have the sound on whichever one you want. And if you want to make your own quadrant, you can do that too. Oh, it's really cool.
I didn't know you could do that. I've been waiting for that feature, so
yeah,
I
it's on there.
That out.
Yeah,
okay.
You can do that. And it's let me tell you something. I used to have DirecTV Stream as a streamer guy. YouTube TV absolutely blows the doors off of DirecTV Stream. It's not even close. So if you guys are thinking about getting a streaming service, between those two, I would highly recommend YouTube TV. It's nice.
Yeah. Or maybe spend just a couple $100 and get a box that gives you everything. Just saying.
Well, that's kind of the problem for the Blazers is like, there's just people with all kinds of different things.
Yes.
Everybody's got something different, and that's the hard part is like trying to be all things to all people. And that's very difficult.
Yeah, and this is why I don't give them any flack. What they're doing, all you can do as a sports organization, whether you're talking about a team or a league, is make your product as easily digestible to as many people as you can. And you're not going to make everyone happy, and it's not going to be universal. Those days are gone. I get it. And I think the Blazers did the very best they could. And for a team that suffered, 60+% ratings drop last year, and I get that they stunk, but that's a staggering number, between 60 and 70%. So in response to that, they did this, and I'll give them a pat on the back. Should have done it years ago, but hey, late is better than never.
I wonder how many Blazer Vision subscriptions they're going to get.
I don't know.
Are they going to release the numbers on that?
My guess is no.
I liked the person that said whether it's $19.99 a month or $120 for the year. These are just other ways of saying you're going to pay about $10 per Blazers win.
That's true.
Are you kidding me? What if Kling Kong, he's the rookie of the year, and Scoot has a breakout season, and
what if
Portland wins? Maybe they're in a
50.
That's a fun thing to imagine.
Maybe they're in a playoff.
60.
Well, I was thinking 60, like 7, 68. Or how about this? Would you rather? If you are a legitimate Blazer fan, are you just saying, hey, we're going to roll the dice and see what happens? Or what if I told you could be in the playing game right now? That's what I'll give.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh,
would you take, I mean.
Are you saying the alternative is.
See what happens.
No, I'd rather them get, if I'm a fan, I would rather them get the number 1 pick.
Well, I'm not telling you that. I'm just saying you can play this season as is.
No, I'd rather just play the season because I think they're going to be so bad that they could get a really good player.
Yeah.
That's what I would want. Playing game, who cares?
Well, I'm just saying, what if the team is better than expected and you're not terrible? You don't end up with a top 4 or 5 odds of getting Cooper Flag, but you still end up stinking at least this way, you have some excitement and the team's good. There's some interest.
The playing game?
The playing game?
Yeah, no. Not this guy. No thanks. Cooper Flag, baby.
Yeah.
I don't even know who's number 2 or number 3.
I think the Ace Bailey guy.
Ace Bailey is number 2 right now.
Is he supposed to be as good as Cooper Flag?
Also, Ace Bailey's real first name is Arius, spelled like AIR, like, getting air. So that's pretty great.
No, he is not Cooper Flag. But he is supposed to be a difference maker. And you can watch him play for your Rutgers Scarlet Knights. It's supposed to be a good draft. So even if you don't get Cooper Flag, supposedly there are some guys in there.
Well, I'll take that.
That are supposed to be difference makers.
All right. If you didn't cry, I was told this.
Yeah.
If you didn't cry last night, you don't have a pulse.
Really?
Well, I didn't cry.
I didn't cry either.
That's next on The Fan.
Meanwhile, on the gridiron, the Oregon State Beavers announcing their 2025 football schedule today. That'll include home games against Cal, Fresno State, Houston, Louisiana Lafayette, Wake Forest, Washington State, and Sam Houston State. They do play Washington State twice, including the final game of the season. They'll also visit Oregon on September the 20th. Meanwhile, in the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks and Titans traded linebackers, with Seattle sending Jerome Baker to Nashville and getting Ernest Jones IV in return. The Titans also traded receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City sends a fourth-round pick back in return. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
I'm cooking on your grill.
Hey, tomorrow, tune in at this time. This very time, Dan Lanning will be on. Although last week, he forgot to call us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but it was a little wonky because it was,
It was a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday.
Yep, it was a Wednesday call.
Yeah.
So we give him a pass. I mean, the guy's been spot on every week.
Yeah.
We've interviewed him, but
Although
last week he forgot.
I think maybe we call him to task this week.
Yeah, he felt bad.
Cheetah stretch?
He said he told Buckley, so I feel terrible.
Feel terrible.
I feel terrible for you guys.
He's a man that likes to be punctual.
So he needs to cut us all a big check.
That's right.
To make us.
I will say probably over half of the times this season he's called us before the designated time, often by a couple minutes.
Yeah, I think he wants to get him out of the way,
Yeah, I don't think it's his.
It's like, oh, God.
Yeah,
He looks at his schedule. He's like, oh, God.
It's not his priority. How about that?
It's 4 o'clock. We got to call these doofuses.
What an opportunity.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, if you didn't cry,
really,
you don't have a pulse.
Who was it? Was that?
I don't know. Somebody tweeted
that was the NFL guy. Was that Emmanuel? What is it? Is it Ocho or
Emmanuel Acho?
Acho. Yeah, I think he's the one that.
By the way, that
tweeted
guy's terrible.
Yeah,
I had to mute him.
He is, but do you remember when he and his twin brother were like kicking ass at Texas? They were awesome together.
Yeah, it turned out neither one of them ended up doing
Correct.
anything. But look, I he's a fine analyst. I think sometimes he does some good breakdown stuff. But one, he yells a lot. And can we stop with you don't have a pulse? It was a really cool moment last night for LeBron and his family. But dude, how the best way to put this, and this is why I didn't cry. Had that been a legit moment, it would have been emotional. Like with the Griffeys were there, that was cool. Because Ken Griffey and his dad, that wasn't manufactured. They just, they were both legit major league players, and the son went on to be one of the greatest ones of all time, and the dad was still good enough to hang around for a bit. But this couldn't have happened anywhere else, because the only reason that Bronny is there is because of his dad.
So it's just manufactured, and because of that, it's not as cool. It was an eye roll.
Yes.
I mean, it was nepotism at its finest.
But it was cool for him. Like, as I watched that and I saw the clip of LeBron being like, "Hey, you ready? You see the intensity?"
The mic'd up segment is the only authentic thing we've gotten out of that.
I can't imagine what it would be like as my son is now old enough. I mean, he's Bronny James's age, so the idea that I could do anything like that.
My son is an idiot.
With my son, for a father-son, I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. But
maybe we punt Rob's ass and get Iserman in here to do a radio show with you.
Well, there you go. Rob would be like, yeah. But
perfect.
I thought about this, and I'm not I was not a good NFL player, but I was better than Bronny James. I was a better college player than Bronny James. And no one in a regular season game, if my dad had been the quarterback, they're not like, all right, let's put that Sakanik in for 3 snaps and let him snap to his dad so we could have this emotional moment. Bronny James would not be in the NBA. He just wouldn't. He was bad at USC. The only reason he got drafted is because LeBron and Clutch made it happen. The only reason he's on an NBA roster right now is because LeBron made it happen. My God, they played him for 3 minutes, and then they got him out of the game, and that's probably the only time he'll ever play this season. The only reason that happened is because LeBron went to him and was like, "You're doing this." So it's hard to to have my heartstrings pulled when it's not real. It's reality TV that got done to placate LeBron. Now, kudos for LeBron for being that powerful to get it done, and kudos for that family. His brother was there, the mom, everyone. What a cool moment for the family, but for the rest of us, we're sitting there being like, well, this is, it felt like the Kardashians. Like, you know, whenever you watch Kardashians or Laguna Beach or what's the Below Deck is the one you like, right? Or
Below Deck's great show.
Real Housewives.
So all of those things they're real people that are doing semi-scripted things. They set them up in situations where they know there's going to be drama, and then they let them kind of react in real time. It's fake reality. And what we saw last night was really cool and dramatic, just like some fight on Jersey Shore is dramatic and people eat it up, but it wasn't a real authentic moment. The Griffies was a real authentic moment. The Gordie Howe and his kids, that's an authentic moment in hockey. I'm trying to think of others because there's not many. This was more Kardashian than it was NBA.
It's really, well, but that's the NBA now. I mean, the NBA is kind of, it's got this sideshow element to it.
Yeah.
And that fit right in. It's really quite remarkable how the Lakers have just handed LeBron their franchise.
Pretty much.
I mean, they got his podcast buddy to be the coach,
yep.
and they got his kid to get minutes, which would happen nowhere else.
No.
What's next? His wife is named GM.
Well, didn't he basically pick the last head coach, Darvin Ham, who was not good, and then needed to get him out of there? So it's like his second coach. That
Tomorrow we're going to read about Jeannie Buss gifting the entire franchise to LeBron's mom with the quote, "It's the least we could do." My God,
it's just weird.
It's just.
Well, and you
it's an eye roll.
And you remember, this is why LeBron left Miami, is LeBron tried these things in Miami, and Pat Riley was like, yeah, no. And so LeBron was like, well, I'm going to go somewhere where I can do this. And he did it in Cleveland. He's doing it in LA. And again, I do not begrudge him. If you have that kind of sway, by all means, use it. But you manufactured a really cool moment for you and your family, and kudos to you. That was a cool moment for you. How anyone else could look at that as anything other than scripted Kardashian TV, I don't know. So if you cry watching The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, then by all means, you may have gotten emotional at that. But
what about the Orange County one?
It's tough. It's tough.
They're a little bit trashier.
They're a little trashier
than the Beverly Hills ones. Don't ask me how I know that.
This one, it's so I can appreciate it for what it is. I don't hate on LeBron. I don't hate on his kid. But that's,
I wonder if this will be his last season now that he's made that dream come true.
Yeah.
It feels kind of like the last box he wanted to check. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're in some championship window there right now. I mean, I got a bunch of aging superstars and.
Well, you got Bronny.
Well, you've got Bronny.
I think he had a rebound, right? He played 3 minutes, went 0 for 2. I do think he got a rebound, and then, they sat him down and, I wonder how many times do you have to do this before the Lakers have placated him enough where they can either stop playing him 3 minutes a night or send him down to the G League? Or is this one of those things where because you're LeBron, this gets to go on all year?
Or do you go and do this as a road show? All your away opponents
you're
and
gonna
stuff
find
like that.
out. You're going to find out how much, well, we know LeBron has all the pull, but you're going to find out to what extent that is.
Yeah.
With that question right there.
Yeah.
You are, because, the Lakers should send him to the G League.
Yes.
And maybe try to develop him or something. I don't know.
Unless you're not, unless you know that you can't develop him, so you just put him on the bench like Jack Haley. Remember when Dennis Rodman, toward the end of his career, they would anyone where Rodman played, they would go get Jack Haley, who was a big white stiff, and he was Rodman's buddy, and I guess he was like a stable pony for Rodman. He could kind of control him a little bit, and so they would maybe that's what this is you're like, dude, it's the 15th guy on the bench, whatever. If it makes LeBron happy, sit him on the end of the bench, and if that happens, then you know that they really don't think that he can ever develop into anything, because then it's just he's there until LeBron retires, and then you cut him.
So did they backpedal on the whole he won't go to the G League thing? Because initially, before the draft, they're like, oh, don't expect him to be a two-way guy. Like, he's only signing
That's what the agent said.
Right. So have they pulled back off that?
It feels like that there's been a lot of talk about him going to the G League.
I mean, he should, if he wants to play basketball.
But that's what I'm saying. This may be one of those things where the Bucks and Giannis's brother, like, you're not trying to develop him. you will know. If he goes to the G League, then maybe the Lakers actually think that somewhere down the road, maybe there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that he turns into a role player.
But if he stays up here, he's a sideshow victory cigar.
Yes, if he stays up there, then they just know that that's what LeBron wants. And who cares who the 15th guy on the bench is? Who's the 15th guy on the Blazers bench? No one cares. So if that's
Danny Moran cares.
Well, Danny does. But
Wait a minute, we don't know who the 15th guy is. Isn't that some of the fun? Well, I guess we do. Do they have the final roster? Is that out?
Yeah.
It's opening night.
is
They
it?
better
It's
have the
opening
final
night.
roster.
Who's the 15th guy? I can't believe we buried the lead.
Well, it doesn't tell
Kumara?
you who the no, he plays. He's a rotation guy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Could be Bryce McGowan's.
Who?
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Justin Minaya.
What?
Taze Moore.
I want him.
Yeah, that's probably what you're looking at. So
Is Rupair on the team?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Taze Moore.
Is Rupair on the team?
He is still. Ryan Rupair is still on the team.
And he's an actual, he'll get run.
Big stud.
Well, no, but he's an NBA player. This is the weirdest thing because, like, I hate to he could not get meaningful minutes at USC, just couldn't. He averaged 4 points a game, and he's really small, and he can't shoot, and he can't play point guard, and yet he still got drafted. And then he goes into the preseason. He had one of the worst statistical preseasons of any player in the NBA. I mean, it was horrid. The last game of the year against no one, I think he scored like 15 or 16 points. He was dreadful in the preseason, like did not belong. In any other world, he wouldn't get sent down. He'd just be cut.
And then showed up to the combine 3 inches shorter than what he was listed.
But like, he's still on the team and he played. I mean, it's like, they played when they were up by 16, not at the end of the game. That they put him in at the beginning. It's just it's a weird thing. And so, I mean, at this point, you got to assume that if you're LA, you've just agreed to go along with whatever. Now they're not going to play him. They played him 3 minutes when they're up by 16 points. He will not play a meaningful second of basketball. But I could see them saying, "Look, he's never going to play here. Who cares about developing him? So put him on the end of the bench." And during blowouts or once in a blue moon, when we're up by 20 in the second half, he can go in for 2 minutes, and it makes LeBron happy. And if that happens, it's not any worse than what happened at USC and what happened in the draft and what happened in the preseason. It just all kind of falls under one umbrella. Cool moment, but just don't ask rational human beings with 2 eyes and a brain to feel emotional about it because it's fake.
What if I
scripted.
don't have a brain?
Well, then you could probably think that he is going to be Rookie of the Year because there were people betting on that.
Yeah, wasn't it like 22% of Rookie of the Year betting tickets were on Bronny?
There were a lot of bets on him.
Yeah.
Bronny.
And someone asking the question, does Bronny want this? I would assume because
I'd love to know.
I would assume because without it, like he doesn't have NIL.
I don't think he has a choice.
He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Well, but
or I guess then
but
is he
it's not
enjoying
the worst.
it? Or
but
like,
it's not the worst thing.
like, does it suck for him, or does he actually think this is cool?
It's probably like playing fantasy camp. You know those baseball fantasy camps that guys
my
do?
buddy goes to Mets fantasy camp every year, and one of these years I'm like, dude, I got to get out there with you. And like, Tim Tuffle throws you, BP. You're like, hell yeah, because the alternative is Bronny James would be coming off the bench at like Rutgers and wouldn't sniff the NBA. So. And by the way, he makes millions. He's got his own money. He's set for life. Well, he was set for life anyway. His dad's worth $1 billion, but he has millions of dollars of his own money now because of this. He's a very sought after guy. So I assume he knows deep down that he's not an NBA player and he's just along for the ride and makes some bucks. And how cool is it for him?
Getting some tutty.
Oh gosh, that dude's knee deep in Skush right now.
In LA.
It's unbelievable. And how cool is that for him that he gets to play with his dad? He tries to downplay and say that that's not something that he thinks about. Shut up. Of course you think about it. And that's got to be a really cool thing because they seem like they have a good relationship. And he seems like a good kid, and LeBron seems like a good dad. So for them, kick ass.
That's enough of that. Coming up next,
LeBron James.
Guess the salary. Yeah. Don't look him up, okay?
I'm nothing.
Don't look him up.
You're
nothing?
I'm nothing.
Ooh, that's a good clip.
He did it. He did a lot of dirt. That's right.
I think he said it even cleaner the second time.
It's possible.
Grab that, Buck. We'll be right back. This is The Fan.
The
3-pointers.
I know.
God. And by the way, tell me a team. I watched 10 seconds of that game in here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe 10 minutes of that game because it was on in here.
Yeah, it was on.
Tell me a team in the East that's going to compete with those guys.
Oh, I don't know. I got something's
Dude,
on.
They're awesome.
It's game one.
Well, but they just won the title.
Exactly.
Like, you cannot guard them. Like, every single one of their guys makes threes. They're long. They're good defensively.
Well,
they're well coached. They have depth. Like,
and New York was supposed to be one of their biggest like competitors.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And
they got drubbed. But
pissed all over them.
It's game one. I mean, so much, so much goes into that, and we'll see who stays healthy. And like we said that, like the Denver Nuggets, right? The Nuggets, and we're like, oh, the Nuggets will be, and then a year later, we're like,
I don't know, man. I think the way Boston is built is quite sustainable. Although I was watching that game going, wait a minute. The most under the radar trade occurred this offseason because we had Cat out there for the Knicks.
Yeah.
And then I flipped on the Lakers game. I'm like, yeah. Julius Randle's for Minnesota.
Yep. And that'll take some time. New York has a really good roster. If that thing ever gels.
That trade was so under the radar, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
And it was a big deal.
It was a huge deal. And it wasn't that long ago that they made the trade.
No.
And yet it was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's just me, but.
No, I think that was.
It was a weird one. Nobody talked about it.
No. For as much as that should have caused ripples, it really didn't. But you got like Towns, because you got like Randall, DiVincenzo, and a future first-round pick. I mean, that's a big deal. And Minnesota was a contender, and New York was such a fun story last year. That should have been a bigger deal, and it was kind of like, meh.
Well, did you see any of the preseason drama where DiVincenzo was big time ticked off with basically all the New York brass
the New York coaches
sending him to New York? Because Jalen Brunson's dad is an assistant on that. Rick Brunson.
He was giving Brunson's dad some
Wait a
crap.
minute. Wait. You lost me. What was he bitching about?
So Dante DiVincenzo was one of those Villanova guys.
Yeah.
Was kind of making up that. And
they all play in New York.
And he got sent to Minnesota in that deal, and he was ticked about it. And he basically blamed the Knicks for letting Jalen Brunson's dad run things, as he is an assistant coach on the staff, and he's all upset about it. And
so
it was
he got
a big
into,
preseason
He
thing.
got into it with Brunson's dad shooting free throws.
Yelling at Thibodeau too.
And then that led into the Thibodeau thing. I mean, they were chest bumping after the game, and dude,
had to be separated.
There was a legitimate, damn near assistant coach NBA fight during preseason basketball.
And not just assistant coach, but doubles as player's dad.
Yes, player's dad,
great.
assistant coach, preseason fight with DiVincenzo.
God, the NBA is such a soap opera.
But again, I was listening to some people today talk about it, and I love after one game, they're like, no, Knicks. No, they can't do it without DiVincenzo. I'm like, really? Like, that was the difference? And
Maybe
by the way,
they need to just not play the Celtics every night.
And it's possible, too, that, the Knicks didn't win anything last year. So, again, give it time.
So, guess the salary as the Blazers kick off tonight. We're still waiting to hear who the 15th man on the team is because he is a future All-Star.
I'm telling you, I think it's Taze Moore.
I think that's where we're going.
Taze Moore. Are you sure about that?
He's the one we've heard the least about. That's got to be, right?
Yeah. We're going simply based on the person that everyone would be like, wait, who's on the team?
You know what we're going to do? We're going to do like a coach's DNP watch. Whoever gets the last minutes of the season, that's the 15th man.
Well, but don't they have to release the roster? Like, don't they have to
right, but they don't
guys...
tell you who's 13 versus 14 versus 15.
Well, I guess that's...
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
not
the issue.
Well, but it's whoever...
It's not a beauty contest.
So it's whoever doesn't play.
Well, no, it's more of like, we know who the 15th guy is based on who doesn't make the team and who does. Like, you don't have to watch them not play in order to figure that out.
Again, it's Taze Moore. It's Taze Moore.
I don't know if he makes it.
There are two guys on this list whose salaries are not listed on ESPN. One of them is Taze Moore. The other is Justin Minaya. My guess is it's one of them because they're probably on two-way contracts.
It's Taze Moore.
Why are you so confident about that?
I feel very, very strongly that it's Taze Moore. Mainly because his name is Taze Moore.
Taze Moore, Blazers player or Portland police motto?
And he's number...
Thank you.
Yeah, that one got me.
And by the way, they have him listed as number 76 for God's sakes.
Yeah.
If you ever,
well, he ain't making it then.
If you ever want to know who's not making it, find the guy that's 76. Whenever I used to have to do high school football games, and this is bad, whenever I have to do high school,
be careful.
No, it's just
be careful.
When you'd be up in the box, we would always play the fun game off the air, of course, of who is least likely to go in the game, because when you're watching high school football, it's kind of hilarious, right? You look up and down, especially on like places that have big football programs, places like Camas and like Westland or places like that, Laco, because there's a huge number of kids. And it's kind of fun looking down the line and you're like, wait, all right, that kid's got like tennis shoes on and ankle socks. That kid looks like he's skinny as a rail, but he's number 96. I'm like, and so you place your bets. Then maybe we lay a couple shekels down, and then throughout the whole game, like during blowouts, you're looking around, you're like, oh my God, 96 is going in.
I look for the kid with the boxers under his pants.
That's always a good one. You think you'd see him hanging out, you're like, yeah, that guy's not.
You can see little hearts on him.
Yeah, that guy ain't going in.
Which Blazer makes the most money?
That's a good question.
That's an excellent question.
It's probably Ayton, right?
Yep. DeAndre Ayton, $34 million. That is correct.
Because he signed his, he signed his big deal.
How many Blazers make over $25 million this season?
Okay, well, Ayton's got to make over that.
Yep.
Grant's got to make over that.
Yep, he's at 30.
Did Ant get over that?
Yeah, I think Ant probably is there.
26 million. Those are the three right there.
Just
three guys.
Just that. What did Denny, the kid that they brought over, not kid, but they brought over from Washington? Is he?
Well, that goes to another question. Outside of Scoot Henderson, by the way, how much do you think Scoot Henderson makes this year?
Well, he's on a rookie deal, so it can't be that much. What's a rookie deal slotted in? Like $7?
I have no idea what the NBA's
like
rookie contract structure is.
He will make $10 million.
Okay, hey, look at the rookies doing better than I thought.
So outside of Scoot, who are the three players making between 10 and 25 million on this roster? There are three of them.
Well, I'm guessing because if you said that, I'm going to go with Denny. It's Advia.
Is that his name?
Avdia, I think.
Avdia?
I think.
I always
it's either Avdia or Avdia.
I think it's Avdia.
That one.
He's at 15.6.
That one gets.
Well, our glasses bro Thibault's got to be on there, right?
Thibault's at 11.
Oh, I forgot about
and worth
Thibault.
every penny. And then Robert Williams.
Ow.
Who never plays.
12.4.
How many games?
The new Festus Ezeli, Robert Williams.
How many games has Robert Williams?
Hey, Festus Ezeli never suited up once. He's a legend.
I don't think Robert Williams has.
Hasn't he?
I think maybe he got a few games in early last year.
Look and see what. 6 games. He got 6 games.
Six
more than
Festus.
Festus.
Hey, 6 games, 6.8 points.
And
Time
finally,
Lord, right? They call him Time Lord. Time on the bench.
who will make more? Donovan Clingan or Shaden Sharp?
Well, it's got to. Sharp's in year 3. Klingen's. Although, did everything get bumped up with the new TV deal? Did the rookie deal because of this? It has to be Sharp, but you're asking the question.
I am asking,
which means that there's some funny business there. I'm guessing Kling Kong is going to make more than Shane Sharp because of the new structure.
That is correct. Donovan Clingan will make $6.8 million this year. Shaden Sharp 6.6.
Yeah, boy, it. You think that causes some ruffles? You think Sharp's all pissed off as he's rehabbing that?
I don't know why he would be pissed off. He's not even playing.
By the way, going through this roster, I forgot all about franchise savior Delano Banton.
Yeah,
He's
Banton
back.
And Duop Reith is out. I think
Yeah.
they paid Reith.
They might have a championship
What's
roster.
Reap?
He's making a couple million.
What's Duop making?
Do you want to talk about a ripoff?
Yeah,
That dude ripped them off.
Duop Reeve?
Yes.
What do you mean he ripped him
He's
off?
terrible.
Did he get like a 3-year deal, 2 or 3 year deal?
I think they gave him a 2-year deal, and he's terrible. He's laughing all the way to the bank. You watch. You guys will be laughing at him this year.
Well, I'm glad
Because there's going to be a lot of stat padding out there.
I'm glad that he got paid because he was one of the few things last year that people got excited about. They're like, man, Duop Reeve.
Well, there's guess the
He
salary.
signed a 3-year, $6.2 million deal.
3 years.
I don't know that he's stealing from them. I think that's
Dude, he is stealing
value.
money.
No, Robert Williams is stealing money. What did you said? Wims was making 10 plus, right?
12.4.
Yeah, that's stealing. I mean, seriously.
Well, he's a good player if he'd stay healthy,
Well, but he's not.
They're already banged. How is it that the season is starting and they're already hurt?
Therein lies the beauty of what Portland's MO is going to be this year. Like, in theory, the roster is better than the worst team in the NBA, so you got to manufacture some injuries.
I'm going to go to that lake.
So ridiculous.
They are going to that lake. I will say, if you're going top 3 or 4 storylines that anyone should care about this year, I'm assuming it's going to be Sharp and Scoot's development, 1 versus 2. What do you do with Ant? And then...
What do you mean, like trade him?
Well, like, You can't keep running out Scoot Henderson and Ant. Like, that is
Well, that was
not,
the thing last year, right?
you can't do it.
That he could be a guy as a volume scorer, as
Oh my
a bucket
God,
that
yeah.
you could get something for him for a team that needs scoring. I
Yeah,
don't know.
they tried to tell us that when they drafted him that him and Dame could play alongside each other. No, they can't.
No, it was the new Damon CJ.
So just make up your mind. Is Scoot the point guard of the? That's all I care about. Honestly, that's the only two things I care about. Is Shaden Sharp really the best building block you have going forward? And by God, can he stay healthy? And then make up your mind of whether or not, if Scoot's the guy, move on from Ant and get some assets for him. And if not, then I don't know what, I guess you move Scoot to the bench and start Ant.
Thanks, Neil. All right, coming up next, in the news, Bigfoot is at it again. Here's Buck.
Now, Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the NBA regular season starting for the Portland Trail Blazers tonight. They will host the Golden State Warriors at Moda Center. Portland will be without Robert Williams, Shaden Sharp, and Matisse Thybulle. The Warriors favored by 7.5, and they tip it off at 7 o'clock. In the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks traded linebackers with the Titans, sending Jerome Baker to Nashville and getting Ernest Jones IV in return. The Titans also traded receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs in exchange for a 4th-round pick. Meanwhile, the Beavs announced their football schedule for the 2025 season. It includes home games against Cal, Fresno State, Houston, Louisiana Lafayette, Wake Forest, Washington State, and Sam Houston State. Also includes road games at Oregon and at Washington State. That's right, 2 games against Washington State. Meanwhile, Ducks head coach Dan Lanning says that Oregon receiver Trayshawn Holden is available against number 20 Illinois when they meet this Saturday after missing last week's game with a suspension. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan. on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, somebody asked on the Vancouver Ford text line, what if Taze Moore and Kent Bazemore did a podcast together? What would it be called?
The Baze Taze?
Yeah.
Taze Moore and Bazemore?
Talking ball with Taze and Kent.
That's
Kent and Moore.
Good times.
I'm sure that if that podcast doesn't exist, it will in short order because, well, everyone has a podcast.
Yeah, because what's Taze Moore doing?
Well, I don't know.
He probably has a podcast. There are 3.2 million of them out there.
Well, and those guys.
Where did he play college ball?
I looked it up. Houston.
Oh.
Ooh.
And by the way, Casey Holdall is in listener to the program and telling us those guys are all on two-way contracts. So I told him, should I not buy my Taze Moore jersey just yet? And he says, go with the remix jersey, which I like that advice.
Well, if they're all on two-way deals,
the 15th man will be
a two-way guy.
It'll be a rotational sort of thing.
Well, I know, but there will be a guy who initially makes it with Portland, right?
Yeah.
Like the other guys won't be there, and they.
Well, but not every. You don't necessarily have a 15th. Not every team carries 15 guys. So.
Well, now what do we do?
14th guy.
Well, but.
I know it's a little disappointing.
These go to 11. It is October 23rd, 2024. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Croc Day.
Oh, never owned a pair and never will. But some people swear by them.
I think they're stupid looking.
Yeah, I don't understand it. To me, it's like wearing quarter zips in Costco. I don't care how comfortable it is. I'm not willing to do it, but I don't judge you. More power to you if that's.
But the thing is, you do judge.
I don't.
So I think they are stupid looking, and yet I have two pairs because they are the most convenient thing for inside outside the house.
Convenient thing for inside out.
Like they're slip in, slip out. It's like having a good pair of slides.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I got you.
Buck wears them with his Hang 10 shorts, or was it?
Yeah,
Glacier
the those Glacier something rather. I don't know. They were $7.
Danny's a Crocs guy. He's wearing Crocs.
Nemec's a Crocs guy.
I tell you what. Oh, Nemec is too.
Yeah, he's been showing Crocs all the
time. Danny looked like a 1990s porn star today.
Oh, there's a whole thing. His hair is.
He's growing his hair out.
It looks great.
He's got his earrings in.
Yeah.
He didn't have his hat on for the first time in probably 16 years.
I don't know, honestly, if I've ever seen him without his hat.
He was dressed up.
Yeah.
He looks sexy.
I wiggled a little bit.
You did you?
Yeah.
I think it's really sexy.
It is also National Horror Movie Day.
Best horror movie of all time?
Well, that would all be in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking you.
But The Shining comes to mind.
That's pretty good.
I was a fan of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you're actually what is not your favorite, but what is the best
Dude, it's terrifying.
horror movie, that is probably the best horror movie of all time. And then I don't know if this counts. Like, would Silence of the Lambs be considered a horror movie?
I think it's more of a thriller.
I believe they consider that suspense/thriller.
Suspense? Because Silence of the Lambs, I never know what to do with it. Like Alien or Aliens. Again, don't know if those are horror movies, but those would be like right there for me. I liked the Halloween Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you know. But those would be more of the traditional horror movies.
Well, Bigfoot is at it again.
Gay Bigfoot or straight Bigfoot?
I'm not sure which Bigfoot, but we can't, you never see Bigfoot.
No.
But things like this happen, and it has to be Bigfoot.
I love those Bigfoot shows. Hey, is this the episode where they don't find Bigfoot again? Yeah, I think it is. I've seen this one.
Well, this is multiple people have contacted the U.S. Forest Service about spiked boards lying along roads in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest.
Are they trying to catch Bigfoot?
No, I think Bigfoot is.
Wait, Bigfoot is setting out booby? Where does Bigfoot get spikes?
In the woods.
So now that's a bit of an upset. The fact that Bigfoot set in human traps, not humans setting Bigfoot traps.
Yeah, that seems a little off. Like, so just Bigfoot is an animal, but he's figured out like how to
he doesn't like people.
He figured out how to forge metal spikes.
Too many Bigfoot chasers. He's trying to get him off the scent.
Yeah, I would have assumed that we were hunting Bigfoot, not the other way around.
Yeah, so somebody is placing homemade spike strips and other booby trap-like devices along the U.S. Forest Service roads.
All right, I got to ask.
Down there in southwestern Oregon.
So I got to ask a question here. You know, I mean, it's like my fox thing. It turned out, by the way, that fox story was real. That was a real
The
Arctic
fox.
Yes.
Yes.
But I always ask just which one is more probable. Which one is more probable? So, which is more probable upon finding booby-trapped spiked metal strips along a forest road? Which is more likely that some jackass kid or survivalist freak Unabomber type is doing this to screw over people or animals, which we see all the time, or it's a mythological creature that somehow has figured out booby traps?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the latter.
Clearly.
Yeah.
I just love how you can take something like that. Is that any more ridiculous than if I told you I found some sort of crudely put together shack in the middle of the forest that it appeared that someone was smoking primitive meth, and you're like, well, that's clearly Bigfoot. Bigfoot clearly has developed a meth problem and has figured out a way to build rudimentary shacks. That's the exact same conclusion that someone's jumping to with this story.
There's a reasonable explanation here, but the better one is Bigfoot.
It's probably Bigfoot.
I love it. But hey, let me say that's straight Bigfoot. There's no way that the gay Bigfoot that I know,
I'm gay.
would be setting traps. Gay Bigfoot is more about love and acceptance. I ate ass. Oh, for God's sakes.
Good God. What is happening? Well, apparently...
Someone's saying Chupacabra built a trench in Glens Falls.
Apparently the hunting and mining interests have, you know, like, there's a lot more of that out there.
Yeah.
And somebody's pissed about it.
Yeah.
There was another one where there were wires across the roads.
Yeah.
And trails.
Yeah.
Trying to trip you up.
Yeah. Which is no good, man. That's like some weird predator type stuff. You know, you just cruising
Probably
through,
Bigfoot.
You're cruising through the woods and you get a spike strip to your shin.
Okay, let's go to St. Helens.
Let's.
Community members are praising two residents for their quick thinking and bravery during an apartment fire at the Hidden Oaks apartment complex Monday morning. Around 9 a.m., residents began to see smoke billowing from a second-floor apartment, followed by calls for help from Tia Willis, who had her 2-year-old daughter in the residence. It appears that they were pinned against a back window with a big fire burning.
It's no good.
Not good at all.
No.
And it says that plumbers Aaron and Rodney, who are with Gordon Family Plumbing in St. Helens, happened to notice the fire. They were driving by and they pulled over and jumped into action.
Wow. So they saw the fire, but or did they see the people like banging on the window? Because if I see a fire, I'm like, oh my God, there's a fire. But you know, did they know that people were trapped?
They saw them in the window.
Oh, okay.
Because they were trapped in that backside against that backside window there.
Yeah.
So they pulled over, and neither of them would comment for the story, which
is surprising.
I think the right thing to do.
Yeah, you would think that, but most people want their 15 minutes.
And the mom dropped the daughter down to the bros, and everybody made it out.
But then the mom just climbed out herself?
Yes.
Oh, well.
It doesn't say anything about the mom.
Oh. But she didn't. I mean, obviously she was okay. Otherwise, it would have been. You know,
well, listen.
Would have been in the story.
There's one part of the story that it's like, okay, like they tell you all this, and like, oh my gosh, that's great, because we've all seen those. We've seen those videos, right, where they drop the kid and somebody catches it, and it's very harrowing, but it's great. Well, it turns out that the daughter, the 2-year-old, is doing well, but she suffered a broken pelvic bone and fractured her back.
Oh gosh! How high up was she?
It was two stories. So, I mean,
well,
did they really catch her, or like?
Well,
I don't want to be.
Look, if you're falling from that height, even when catching, it can be still pretty rigid. Like, I mean, look, it's better.
They say she landed on a sprinkler.
Oh, well then.
So then she didn't get caught.
Then she didn't get caught.
They didn't catch her.
I think
they broke her fall.
Okay, let me read this to you, and you tell me how you interpret it. It's the fire chief said 2 stories doesn't seem like a lot, but it's enough to break a back, a leg. I wouldn't think it could, but it does.
Oh, absolutely.
Having a plan, being prepared, and nobody thinks it's going to happen, but you'll be better off should it ever occur. And then it says, family and friends say Willis's daughter is doing well, but that she suffered a broken pelvic bone and fractured her lower back when she landed on a sprinkler as she escaped the flames. Perhaps she fell?
Well, I'm confused.
After being...
I'm confused.
I mean, that's a pretty bad injury.
It is.
For a 2-year-old?
Yeah, it's no good. But
It's like the pelvis that's
so
a hard bone to break.
There's no way she would broken a back and a pelvis just cruising as a 2-year-old.
So they kind of didn't catch her.
Kind of didn't catch her. Therefore,
Well, that's why they didn't comment, because they didn't do anything.
They were like, look, I was only 3 of 16 tonight.
Yeah, that's rough.
Didn't have a great game.
Well, I was like, first off,
Well, at least
let
they
me
tried.
say this. Clearly, this fire was started by Bigfoot. Yeah, agitated Bigfoot. So I just want that for the record. Very shameful that Bigfoot is laying down booby traps and now starting fires. We should do something about this. And I'm still going to give them an attaboy because they didn't have to stop. They tried to help.
I agree.
You know, hey, you ever played softball and it's been a while and someone hits you that first pop fly? You know, it's not as easy as it looks to catch.
Maybe it is that.
A 2-year-old plummeted down from 2 stories. You think everything's fine, and then it's whoopsie, but she didn't die.
Well, you know that's true. And you know who the big winner here is? That viral video that's out there of the guy catching the daughter or the kid who was tossed out of like a 3 or 4 story window. You remember that?
I remember.
There's a viral video of it.
It's amazing.
It was years ago, but he catches her like freaking Ken
Willie,
Griffey Jr.
Yeah, he's Willie Mays out there making grabs.
Is that the dude who then went on to say, I can catch better than Aguilar? He was the Philly guy who was complaining about Nelson Aguilar.
What?
Okay, I'll find the clip during the break. There's a very famous viral clip of a dude who caught a kid out of a building, and everyone's like praising him. He's like, now if only Aguilar could do that for the Eagles.
That's right. Yeah, he was in Philly, and he made a dig at the. They interviewed.
I always think about that when I think of catching a kid from a burning building.
Right. Yeah. Well, anyway, look, we don't want to be too hard on these guys.
Is they stopped, they helped, and they didn't have to.
But I don't know. I don't like how they presented that story to us and buried that all the way down at the bottom.
I feel like it was a little disingenuous. I'm not going to lie.
A bit like Braun and
a little bit.
Bronny last night.
Yeah. You can't say that you caught the 2-year-old when the kid had a broken pelvis, and then you threw in the sprinkler.
To be fair, they did not say they caught him. Yeah. They just kind of praised them as heroes and then said, oh, by the way, she has a broken back.
So is it they just watched her fall? They were like, hey, you know what? When she lands, we're gonna help her up. I don't know. Maybe this is one of those that we revisit.
They put up like score signs.
Yeah.
7.
Nailed the landing.
5.
More importantly, the kid's gonna be fine, and the mom's fine. And
long recovery though.
Long recovery. She's 2. She'll bounce back. That's what kids do.
Is homelessness in Clark County up or down? Next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
It's family. It's always been family over everything. And, for me, I lost a lot of time because of this league and committing to this league, being on the road at times, missing a lot of his things, Bryce's things, Zurich's things. So to be able to have this moment where I'm working still and I can work alongside my son, it's one of the greatest gifts I've ever got from the man above, and I'm going to take full advantage of it.
So touching.
Well, for him and his family, it was an awesome moment. For the rest of us,
it was stupid.
It was kind of dumb because LeBron just forced it to happen. But for him, I can only imagine how cool that moment was. And so good for him and his family.
Window Nation, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. I still think we need your post-game pressers for girls basketball.
Well, it's 7th, 8th grade combo this year.
This is a big deal. We're taking another step.
The competition ramps up.
We need a little podium for you, a little microphone. We got to hook this up for the show.
You know how NIL now, you can start to kind of criticize these players.
You can.
Yeah,
they're making money now. Maybe if you didn't dribble off your foot, Sally!
I think we're getting to an age where I can start calling this stuff out on the air.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk with a little myth busting. When it comes to flooring, the big box stores do not have the best
Duke on 1080 The Fan.
You know, that was last year, wasn't it? 2023?
That was a long time ago. That might have been 5 or 10 years ago.
I guess Aguilar, yeah. That is one of the greatest clips of all time. I would like to proclaim.
Making hero saves, taking shots at people.
This was a Philadelphia Eagles fan who did what we were just talking about, caught a kid in a fire who was dropped out of a window.
It appeared this was 2020, March of 2020.
It's an amazing grab.
And so play it again. Can you play it again? You have it there?
My man just started throwing babies out the window. We was catching them, unlike Aguilar and his mishaps. I like to put that out there.
It's so good. I just think that's so great.
Oh,
to have the wherewithal to just, unlike Aguilar,
you've been through this like harrowing moment, and you have the presence of mind to be like, oh, by the way, that bitch who's not catching the football for us.
I got to take a shot at that donkey wide receiver. Okay, quick follow-up to our last story here. We have misunderstood what happened.
Oh, we did?
Well, okay, so I'm going to read this last paragraph to you. I read it before, but I'll read it again because I'm now reading it differently because somebody texted in and said that it was the mom that was injured, not the daughter.
Oh.
Here is what the KPTV.com story says.
Okay.
Family and friends say Willis's daughter is doing well, but that she suffered a broken pelvic bone and fractured her lower back.
Boy, that sure seems like they're saying that the kid fractured, but I can
It's poorly written. What they're saying is family. I'll read it differently, and then I'll tell you what. Like, I think this is what they're saying. Family and friends say Willis's daughter is doing well, but that she suffered a broken pelvic bone and fractured her lower back. Does that make sense?
Punctuation matters.
Yeah, it should read like, but Mrs. Willis herself.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then I clicked on the GoFundMe for her.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of them there. They've so far raised $2,726 US.
Well, that makes
for her.
That makes a little more sense because you should be able to catch.
And they did.
A 2-year-old out of a second-story window.
So we owe the two hero plumbers an apology. They did catch the 2-year-old, and they tried to catch the mom.
But that's a little tougher.
But it says that she jumped too soon. So it says, unfortunately, Monday morning, our sister was awoken by her apartment engulfed in smoke. The fire alarms going off. She held her daughter out of the window, trying to get help when 2 passing citizens stopped and caught our niece and attempted to catch our sister. However, she unfortunately jumped too soon, acting in fight or flight, and broke her pelvic bone and fractured her lower back.
Well, and
landed on a spring.
Let's be fair here. I don't know what this lady has going on, but I'll tell you right now, like, I feel pretty confident I can catch some things. But if Buckley is jumping out of a second-story window and like a 5-year-old is jumping out of a second-story window, I'm way more confident in my ability to prevent injury on the 5-year-old.
Oh, come on, I'm a bigger target to catch.
Than if Buck. That's like, it's substantial. I don't know what this lady's got coming to the table, but you know.
Well, it doesn't matter a lot more than a 2-year-old.
Exactly.
If Buck were jumping out of a 2-story window and you were down there, you wouldn't catch him, but you could help him not get hurt.
Well,
right?
I think I could cushion.
That's what I mean.
I would guide. Guide down, and I would be like,
boy, that sounds tricky.
Tuck and roll. But yeah, I don't know if I could catch Buckley.
I wouldn't expect.
Well, like I said, you wouldn't catch him.
Style.
You would help him not get hurt.
Yeah.
That's what you would do.
The key out of the second-story window, if you're going to do this, I've had to get out of a second-story window once or twice. The key is to hang down.
Running from the husband?
Just saying. You hang down from the window all the way from your hands, and then you let go and you drop that way.
Yeah.
You don't jump.
And then you buckle your knees and roll.
And tuck and roll.
Yeah.
But you can.
Like a fire.
Yes.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Stop, drop, and roll. Yes. When getting out of a second-story window, you don't just jump. Hang, then go.
Well, that's all we have time for.
Yeah. But I think we got to that. We clarified.
We're out of time. Yes.
Which is the important thing.
Look, a lot of problems can be solved when 2 willing plumbers are driving by your house.
Yes.
That's
blue-collar men.
That's what we learned here.
Yeah.
When 2 plumbers are driving by, you're in good hands.
Heroes.
All right.
And they are heroes. We wanted to clarify.
For sure.
Those are heroes.
That is in the news, October 23, 2024, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. The Chiefs and Seahawks separately have made trades. Next on The Fan.
FX presents
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. Opening night of the regular season for the Portland Trail Blazers at Moda Center this evening. They host the Golden State Warriors with a 7 o'clock tip-off time. Robert Williams, Shaedon Sharpe, Matisse Thybulle all going to be out for the Blazers tonight. The Warriors are favored by 7.5. In the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks traded linebackers with the Tennessee Titans, sending Jerome Baker to Nashville and getting Ernest Jones IV back in return. The Titans also send receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs in return for a 4th-round pick. Bryce Young is once again the starting quarterback of the Carolina Panthers after Andy Dalton sustained a thumb injury in a car accident. Meanwhile, former Jets head coach Robert Saleh has joined the Green Bay Packers staff in an unspecified capacity. In the college game, the number 1 Oregon Ducks host number 20 Illinois on Saturday. Ducks head coach Dan Lanning says receiver Trayshawn Holden is available after missing last week's game at Purdue under team suspension. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It is your Sports Bros, Rop and Sook. My name is Isaac. Some call me Asachi. Some don't. Big Sook's right over there.
You're right here.
Oh, dude.
And no one calls me Asachi. That would be weird.
Ryan Buckley is here.
Yeah, baby.
I'd get someone else yesterday that was bothered that I introduced myself as Jason again, which I still get thrown off when people...
It is your name.
It is my name.
But you are branded as Big Sook.
Yes, but that's not my doing. And so I find it weird when people get uppity with me saying I'm Jason because, well, it is my name. It's all right there on my driver's license.
Coming up this hour, we have 5 burning questions in college football, and they are burning.
I was prepared for 3 burning questions, so I don't know I'm going to handle 4 and 5, but
On fire emojis.
we're going to give it a whirl.
I'm telling you, they're sizzling. And we have some audio to play for you.
I like audio.
Well, I hope you do. You're on the radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready.
That's what we are.
We're theater of the mind.
We're audio.
Yeah. We're Odyssey. We're audio and audacious.
In a digital world.
I do know that. Oh,
and we're wordsmiths, apparently.
I love branding. I got something's on. We do got something's on. Except I don't have anything. I got nothing's on my TV right now.
I know. Well, your choices, I was just checking. Your choices are Sixers.
No.
Who they playing?
Oh.
I think it's Sixers-Bucks.
Bucks, yeah.
Is it?
With Joel Embiid somehow sitting out already.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they're investigating. The NBA is looking into him because, you're not allowed to sit out games for non-health reasons.
Right, and he was supposedly healthy throughout camp and all that.
Yeah, so they're investigating already. I think they're investigating the fact that he's wearing Skechers shoes. I love how they're trying to make that a thing. Yeah, Embiid's already sitting out games, so things are going great.
I can also offer you Liberty at Kennesaw State.
Ooh.
Or Middle Tennessee versus Jacksonville State.
Hey, 0-6 Kennesaw, upset-minded. They got a 7-point lead on undefeated Liberty.
I got no NHL on. I got nothing.
No, you do. You got the
Flyers Caps.
Flyers Caps. My wife is in attendance tonight.
Yeah, Buckley's wife's.
What?
Yeah, she's there in some sort of luxury suite.
She's in on a business trip in D.C. and her company went to the game tonight.
The boss.
Yeah.
Probably putting the moves on her right now.
Maybe.
Hey.
I thought it was cool that she might get to see an Ovechkin goal as he chases down Gretzky or tries to. She thought it was cool that she was going to have free drinks with her friends from work.
Yeah, that's one of those that you're trying to tell her about Ovechkin. And
I didn't even try. I'm just have fun tonight, babe.
Cocktails. You're like, oh. I hate to I don't mean to crap on the NBA because I know some people love it and the Blazers. That is the one sport that I cannot watch a random game. I don't have it in me. I can watch random, I'll come home at night sometimes and I'll flip on a random hockey game. I'll flip on a random baseball game. Obviously, college football in the NFL, I do it every week. Boy, if there's nothing on and I'm flipping through, and even if you give me a decent matchup, like, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, I just, especially early in the season, I'm like, next. I will go find a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, not those Orange County bitches. I'll go find that because there just is nothing.
There's no juice to it.
Nothing whatsoever.
All right. Coming up in the club tonight, let's see. I've got a hypothetical for you.
Okay.
It involves smoking.
Boy, I haven't done that in a while. Wait, cigars don't count, right?
No, it involves cigarette smoking.
Yeah.
We also had a rat on a Spirit Airlines flight.
That sounds about right.
No, we
Nice.
have to freak out about it.
Now, someone has to
But
think of the
I'm telling
children.
you, the thing was huge.
Well, I know. We always freak out about rats, and I find
Big
rats
rats.
and spiders it's a rat, like a rat.
Yeah,
If
it's
you-
not.
If you have like an infestation, I get it, but
Right.
But Jason, they carry diseases.
oh, I know. That's everything. You know who else
Not
carries
that.
diseases? Children. But we don't
Uh-huh.
freak out when you see a kid.
Yeah.
Kid's gonna spread worse. I'd honestly rather have a rat in the room with me than I would like a sneezy child.
I'll push back on that, I think.
I
I don't
think
want
I
to be
would-
in the room with the rat.
I'm with Buck. But
I can kill the rat.
where there's
I'll
one
stomp
rat,
the hell
kill
out
the
of the
kid,
rat,
there
and then
you
it's
go.
gone.
yeah, you stomp it and the blood gets in your mouth and then you die of.
The bubonic plague.
Yeah.
There is something like rat and mice droppings. Like they do have, like, you got to be careful around that. But, I don't know. Kids are always spreading. Wasn't it your kid that had some sort of weird foot and mouth disease recently?
Oh, yeah, that went around the daycare, hand, foot, and mouth.
Yeah. You know what's never given me a disease? A rat, as far as I know. My kids have gotten me sick all the time.
Well, the problem with rats is where there's one, there are many.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, generally speaking, that's
You know?
the case.
And you got to be on it, or else they're
Yeah, that's
humping
no
like
good.
rats up there.
But you didn't ask.
So there are probably a couple dozen rats on that plane, and they heard the engine go on, and they all got out of there, but except for Billy, who stayed behind.
You didn't ask for like a gaggle. What's a group of rats? Like a murder of rats? I don't know what a gaggle. You didn't say that. An army of rats.
It
You
was just one that was on the
You
film.
just said a rat, and I don't.
That can be a colony, a pack, a mischief, or a plague.
Ooh, I like a plague.
Ooh, I
of
like the
rats.
plague.
Yeah, the plague of
a
rats.
plague of rats.
Yeah.
In the ceiling of the Spirit
'Cause
Airlines.
That's
plane.
no good. Now, one rat, whatever, but
I do like a mischief of rats as well.
Yeah. A mischief or a plague of rats. Now that's some scary
Is
stuff.
it worth if it? Oh my God! Is it worse if they're in the ceiling and
think
not
so.
like running around on the
Yeah,
floor?
I think so.
Because then they
because-
could fall on your head.
Exactly. Below, you feel like someone. That's where they're supposed to be. But anything that's above you, they have the high ground, and you don't want that.
Oh, I think I'd rather have them up there because I'm thinking they're not going to jump off and down onto me. If they're on the ground, then I think they're going to run up my little legs. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Run right up into your pants.
Yeah, no, thank you.
'Cause
You
below-
can keep them in the overhead bins. That's fine.
Again, below, I feel very confident in my ability to stomp, and that's what you do.
There you
I'll
go.
stomp the hell out of something, but it's above my head. No good. No
You're
good.
like Charlie Kelly, King of the Rats.
Exactly. I'm getting
All
a
right.
rat stick.
Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
Well, I really enjoyed the show. Thank you. Bye.
Number 5.
Well, rest in peace, Fernando Valenzuela. Dodgers pitcher dies at 63, which guarantees LA has just won the World Series, by the way.
Well, it's the last time that the Yankees and Dodgers met in the World Series in '81, and Fernando was the man.
El Toro, they called him. He baffled hitters with that screwball. That sparked Fernando Mania in 1981 when he won Rookie of the Year and Cy Young, and of course that was the year that the Dodgers beat the Yankees in the World Series.
And did so much for the Latino and Mexican community there in the area, bridged the gap between them and the Dodgers. And I mean, he was more than just a great pitcher. Fernando was for a good period of time. He was baseball in Los Angeles.
Number 4.
Blazers fire it up tonight for their 55th season. Not much hope for a good one, as the odds makers have set the over-under win total at 21. That's the exact number of games they won last year.
Yeah, and by the way,
The Warriors are in town tonight.
This is a little weird, but someone said this game wasn't sold out, so I just went on Ticketmaster, and this isn't resale. Dude, there's a bunch of seats available on Ticketmaster. When's the last time the home opener wasn't against Golden State? When's the last time that wasn't sold out?
Well, like I said earlier, you and I have been doing this for a long time. We have been doing it during some dark Blazer years.
Yeah.
I have never felt less buzz than this year.
Yeah, that's as far as I can tell, I do.
And there were some down times, like the Mo Cheeks years, and all those guys. Yeah,
these are
Caleb Canales.
Yeah, these aren't resale tickets. I mean, there's plenty of those, but these are just
Darius Miles,
regular seats. I'm a bit surprised, although maybe I shouldn't be.
I don't know why you are. Oh, by the way, the Blazers are somehow already beat up.
Number 3.
No Matisse Thybulle, no Shaden Sharp, no Robert Williams.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought, it's like with opening day in baseball, even when your team stinks, like that's the one you go to, and
Seahawks are getting some reinforcements along the offensive line. Right tackles Abe Lucas and George Fant return to practice.
It's a big deal because they need, especially on that right side, that has been an issue for them all year.
The Seahawks have made a trade today. Linebacker Jerome Baker is on his way, along with a 4th-round pick, to the Titans for linebacker Ernest Jones IV. That gets them a little younger at inside linebacker. Jones is 25. He is a former 3rd-round pick of the Rams back in 2021, and this is the second time this year he has been traded.
Well, so, I mean, this is, first off, Jerome Baker, who came over from the Dolphins, he was supposed to be their starter, and he just has been dreadful. He has not been a fit. Jones was a real player for the Rams. They just couldn't pay him, and he wanted to be paid, so they shipped him out so that he'd get paid, and then the Titans sucked. He's a good player. Like, this is a big upgrade.
It's an upgrade.
This is a big upgrade for Seattle. This is a legit NFL linebacker, and they did say that he will play in the middle.
Oregon State and Washington State have finalized a football home-and-home for next season. They will meet in Corvallis November 1st and then go back to Pullman on November 29th. The last time they met twice in a season was 1945.
Yeah, this is odd. But I was looking into this, and they said that some independent schools have had to do this because you can front load your schedule with good opponents. And if you look at the Beavers' schedule, there's legit games at front. Texas Tech is in there, Fresno, Oregon. But you get to the back half of the season, and no one wants to play non-conference games. So this is just one of those where you probably couldn't find anyone else. And dare I say, playing Washington State twice is weird, but it's better than playing Lafayette.
In other local sports news tonight, the Timbers and the Whitecaps are facing off in a wild card playoff game at Providence Park. Should Portland win, they move on to meet number 1 seed LAFC. That would be a best of 3. Also, the MLS announcing that, well, there was a story that the MLS is doing this today, discussing moving to a more European fall-spring calendar as early as 2026. So they would start in the fall, finish in the spring, and have a big winter break.
Yeah, as I say, because it's really hard to play games in the middle of December in Portland.
Well, it coincides with all the international
tournaments
and stuff like that.
By the way, someone in the YouTube chat telling us that today's playoff game is free on Apple TV.
Oh, cool.
Some of us will be at the game because, well, we love our soccer.
Chiefs have landed wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins in a trade with the Titans. Tennessee gets a conditional 4th-round pick. He is 32, 5-time Pro Bowler.
Look, let me state for the record once again. Receivers after the age of 31, they don't mean anything. And DeAndre Hopkins at this point in his career is just a name. And, people are going to be like, oh my God, DeAndre Hopkins. Dude, it doesn't move a needle. In fact, he's got 15 catches, 173 yards this year, and a touchdown. I was listening to... who was it that was breaking him down today? One of the NFL analysts, and said, dude, I went through and looked at every one of his games. There is nothing outside of his name that is remotely extraordinary or elite about DeAndre Hopkins at this point. Now, he'll go to Kansas City, and Kansas City is just finds ways to resurrect people's careers, but this is not a needle mover. In fact, they didn't want DeAndre Hopkins. They wanted Cooper Kupp, but Cooper Kupp makes $29 million, and they couldn't come to an agreement on that. So you go down Hopkins and hope that he's got something left in the tank. But if you're waiting for, 4 or 5 years ago, DeAndre Hopkins to walk through that door, probably not going to happen.
couple of other quarterback notes. Our man of increase, Jameis Winston, is the new QB1 in Cleveland.
Being a man of increase?
Well, the best part is they moved him to the third string quarterback so that the fans wouldn't cheer for him when Deshaun Watson was playing. That's how bad it was in Cleveland.
Also, Ken Dorsey taking over play calling duties there for the Browns, who've lost 5 in a row. And for the Panthers, not that it matters, but Bryce Young takes over as QB1 after Andy Dalton and his family were in a car accident.
I guess Dalton sprained his thumb.
Throwing thumb, though.
Yeah.
So, you know.
No.
And then it was weird. There were some reports saying that there were a bunch of NFL teams that were kind of licking their chops thinking that Young might be available at the trade deadline because they still think that, every
he
NFL.
still might.
Yeah, he still might. That every NFL coach thinks that they can fix someone. And you look at something like what with the resurrection of Sam Darnold. Who was the other one I was thinking of? Like Geno Smith in Seattle. So, Zach Wilson, not so much, but maybe there's some interest in Bryce Young. I got something's on.
Victor Rico's Mexican Food brings you the Hot 5 at 5. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. 5 college football burning questions coming up next on The Fan.
I love cows.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch,
Fan.
I see what Buck did here. This is Blue Oyster Cult. He's burning for you. We got 5 burning college football questions.
Being a man of increase?
Well, I don't know if you ever want to tell your woman that you're burning for. That's a burning sensation. I'm not certain that's a positive thing.
Burning deep in your loins?
Well, if you're burning, you might want to go get that checked out. You probably got something. Well, I think your lady might want to know about that.
So, I was just thinking about college football.
You're just sitting around pondering. You're like,
well, yeah,
college football.
I do. I mean, we host a sports show, so I do think about
deep in thought.
It's Division I football!
And because I'm really enjoying college football this year, it has roped me in with its awesome new college football playoff format. And I think it's just made things more interesting. And so I have questions.
Okay. I don't know if I can provide answers, but I will do my best.
Well, that's why you're here.
To provide answers?
Yeah. Like you're the football guy.
Okay. Our football. I don't know why I went pirate there. That was supposed to be like some sort of rough and tumble thing, and I just did a pirate noise, and I don't know why, but I lost it there. I did. I meant it to be more like and it came out
pirate on the mind.
Yeah, it came out more pirate. Well, Mike Leach, right? Rest in peace. So maybe that.
Can't believe he's
my.
dead.
Yeah, it's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah.
And Kobe.
Yeah, the Kobe one is still like, oh my gosh. I still remember.
Is he still dead?
Still dead. I still remember that. The boss, Jeff Baton-Rouge, texted me at the gym, and I was like, what?
It was on a weekend, right? It was like a Sunday.
He said, get in here. You're doing a show.
Well, normally the boss doesn't text on a weekend. And he said, did you see the Kobe news? And then I was like, oh my God, what happened? I thought, maybe some sort of legal thing. No, he died.
So question number 1, which team that could make real noise in the college football playoff is most under the radar? Because what prompted this question was, I think we're doing a little too much focusing on Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Ohio State.
Sure.
We're forgetting there are a lot of teams up there that are pretty damn good.
I'm going to go with, I got 3 that we're not talking about, and 2 of them play this weekend, by the way, and I'm very interested. To me, it's my game of the week. And it's 2 teams that we wrote off and that are consistently getting better. And if that path continues and some of those weaknesses get worked on, just keep an eye on them. And that is Texas A&M and LSU. Those are both really, really talented teams. And both have really good coaches and had losses early on that we wrote them off, right? One being, obviously, Texas A&M lost the first game of the year to Notre Dame. And that was kind of like, oh, my God. And since then, A&M has been perfect, including an absolute drubbing of Missouri. And Texas A&M, the passing game, as it has continued to develop, it's like it's a real offense. And then on the other side, LSU. And LSU lost the nail-biter at the beginning to USC, and we look at USC as a 4-loss team. USC is much better than a 4-loss team. And LSU has gotten better, and they've got an NFL quarterback, and their run game's gotten going a little bit, and all of a sudden they're playing a little better defense. And you look at LSU, and since then they've rebounded with a nice win over South Carolina, which has given people problems. They beat Ole Miss in a close one, and they handled their business against Arkansas. So I would say keep an eye on Texas, because in the SEC, right, it's this whole time it's been, Alabama and Georgia. Bama's already got 2 losses, right? Georgia seems to be the favorite. Tennessee's, I think Tennessee's offense leaves a lot to be desired. So I would say keep an eye on those 2, and then keep an eye on Clemson as well. We do this every year. We write off a team. Clemson looked awful against Georgia for one half in the first half, or in the second half of that game. The first half, it was neck and neck. And since then, dude, Clemson is taking care of their business, and they have a cakewalk of a schedule. Those are my teams that no one's talking about, that I say at the end of the year legitimately could cause some serious noise in the playoff.
So A&M, if they win this weekend, they play LSU, as you said, which...
And it's at A&M, if I'm not mistaken.
If the season ended today, that would be the SEC title game.
Yeah.
But, of course, there's a long way to go.
Sure.
But A&M, if they win this game, they have 3 winnable games before their final one, and that is against Texas.
And
they play Texas again.
And I believe, again, much like LSU, they get LSU at home and they get Texas at home.
So Texas v. Texas A&M could be for a shot at the SEC title game.
Yes, absolutely.
Or it could be one of those games where the next game they play again in the SEC title game.
Yep.
That's going to be big time.
So,
because that rivalry, they haven't played in a while, have they?
I don't think so. I don't think they've played since A&M left. They have not played. They were like, that rivalry is dead. And now that they're both in the SEC, it's back. And Texas A&M wasn't happy about it. They tried to leave and get away from Texas, and here they are. And that could be game of the year type stuff. So I'm just licking my chops, and I really want to see this LSU A&M game this weekend.
Question number 2, you mentioned them. You mentioned Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
How did Clemson go from an anemic offense to having the most explosive? Well, they don't have the most explosive offense. What they have is the most explosive touchdowns in college football by number. They have like 18 over 20 yards or something.
Yep.
How did that happen overnight, seemingly overnight?
Well, 2 things. One, first game of the year and bunch of new guys and new coordinators, and it can take a while. The second is I need to see more from Clemson, but there is a difference between playing Georgia and App State, NC State, Stanford, Florida State, Wake Forest, Virginia. Those are not a murderer's row. So coming up here, this is the thing. It's a little wonky because they got Louisville, who Miami put up a butt ton of points. I think Miami last week put up 50 on them. And then Virginia Tech, Pitt, Citadel, South Carolina. This may be one of those that, I'll tell you right now, Clemson's going to be in the college football playoff. Clemson's going to win the ACC. They're going to beat Miami.
It's a dadgum
in the ACC playoffs, and we'll get a bye, and this will be one of those prove it to me, because you're going to be able to look back and be like, are they the Georgia team that we saw them, or are they the rest of the year? So I always say there's a ton of room to get better. We'll look at Oregon the first 2 weeks versus now, and that doesn't look like a completely different team. So I want to believe that this Clemson team is for real, and so I think it's a little bit of newer system, some new guys, finding some roles, finding your feet underneath you, and then you just got thrown into a blender against Georgia, and since then you've had some runway, and they've taken advantage of it. And Klubnik, who was supposed to be like this great guy who hadn't looked the part, dude, looks awesome. They got like 3 guys averaging 6 yards a carry. You're finding some consistent receiving threats. I mean, and it's big plays. It is a big play offense. So I think there's a lot to like to Clemson, and I think it's that two-pronged approach we were talking about of how they got better.
Clemson's offensive coordinator, do you know who it is? He's not new this year. He was there last year.
He was there last year, too. Yeah. His name escapes me. I was just seeing a thing on him like...
He has a very famous brother.
Yeah, it's... Why can't I think of it? I just saw a thing on him like 3 weeks ago.
Should I fill in?
It's Lincoln Riley's brother. I forget what his name is.
Garrett Riley is the offensive coordinator. Lincoln Riley's brother, 35 years old, came from TCU.
I'm impressed. Good pull, Suk.
Sir, I've got 3 more here. But we're going to have to wait. Because we have to go to a break.
What about my burning?
Well, put some ointment on it.
I take some medicine. 2 fingers of the patented oily balm.
That's right.
You remember that Joe Montana commercial?
Yep, I do.
One of my all-time favorites. My jock itches 2 fingers of the patented oily balm.
Gives you a nice visual, doesn't it? All right, we'll continue with burning questions from college football coming up next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, the Blazers open their season at Moda Center, hosting the Golden State Warriors. Portland will be without Robert Williams, Shaedon Sharpe, and Matisse Thybulle for the opener. The Warriors favored by 7.5 when they tip it off at 7 o'clock. In the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks trade linebackers with the Tennessee Titans, sending Jerome Baker to Nashville and getting Ernest Jones IV in return. Titans also traded receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs in exchange for a 4th-round pick. In the college game, the number 1 Oregon Ducks host number 20 Illinois on Saturday. Ducks head coach Dan Lanning says that receiver Trayshawn Holden is available after missing last week's game at Purdue under team suspension. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
This is Tillman against the smaller McBride. They feed it out to the opposite corner. Three-pointers go now, Horford. And the Celtics have tied the NBA record, 29 triples in a game.
And they just kept launching, too, trying to break that thing.
They did not get the record.
No.
It stayed right there. 29 of 61.
Dude, yeah, they lost. I think they missed like the next like 15 or 16, and they just kept chucking. Whoever came in the game, it was like, dude, just shoot threes, and it didn't happen, which was kind of fun.
Kind of fitting that it didn't happen because like the way they're gunning for it in a blowout. All right, let it for someone else.
Who's Leading the Charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month online at Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on their iPhone 16.
All right, rolling through some college football here. Some questions popped into my head. Sook's knocking them down like bowling pins. We have, what did we do there? 2? Did we do 2?
Did we get through 2? 2? Well, you asked for like 1 or 2 teams, and I gave you like 3, so that's like,
You did.
Like 2.5.
Yeah, we did 2. Here's number 3. I was thinking about what we know about Mario Cristobal.
Mm-hmm.
We just rolled, brother.
What gives that he has the #1 scoring offense in college football? Knowing what we know about him, how is that possible? Because that was the knock on him.
That was the knock. I think what happened is kind of like what you're seeing at USC with Lincoln Riley, in that it had become such a problem that he couldn't ignore it, right? Kyle Whittingham went through this at Utah a couple times. Like there's only so much of you being stubborn and saying this is the way I'm going to do things before you look at it. You're like, dude, I'm going to get fired, and so you have no choice but to not allow yourself to continue to go down that road. So I think this was a big year. Not that Cristobal was going to get fired, but I think he realized that what he was doing was not working. And you went out and got Cam Ward. And Cam Ward is a dynamic quarterback, and you finally took the reins off a little bit, and this does not look like a Mario Cristobal. Like, when Cristobal ran and off, he had Justin Herbert, for God's sakes, and I could tell you, it was run the ball on first down, run the ball on second down, and standard, 3-step drop on third down.
Well, and it was run the ball with Justin Herbert to win the Rose Bowl.
Yes. So, you bring in a guy from the University of Houston who's a quarterback guy, a little more open-minded. You modernize the game a little bit, and they need it because Miami gives up a lot of points, but they're just outscoring people. And that's I mentioned they hung 52 on Louisville. Well, Louisville hung 46 on them. Cal hung 38 on him. West Virginia hung 34. So they're not a great team, but it's a great offense, and they're finding ways to get by. But this is why I said they will be pretenders. Clemson will beat them because they can only win one way, and that's win in shootouts. And we've seen this time and time again. One-dimensional teams that win, whether it's those Oklahoma teams or anyone out west that has played this way, it catches up with you, and they just don't play a good enough defense. But, thank his lucky stars that he evolved. Otherwise, dude, they probably already have 3 losses.
Okay.
Because they should have lost, and kind of did. They should have lost to Virginia Tech. They should have lost to Cal. And when you need 52 points to win, it wasn't a great effort against Louisville.
We just rolled, brother. Season so far for Miami.
Yeah.
Number 4, how has Indiana done it? You can't answer this one.
I can't answer this one.
I have a
Google
few.
Me, bitch. So
I have a few ideas.
The only thing I can comprehend, because I have not gotten to see a bunch of Indiana. In fact, the first time I really sat down and watched Indiana was against Nebraska, and they drubbed Nebraska.
That was a top 20 defense that they hung 56 on.
And I sat there and was like, what the hell? They've got a guy that they're brought in as a head coach who just wins wherever he goes. He's the famous, Google Me.
Kurt Signetti.
Google me, bitch.
By the way, most random resume ever.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Give it to me.
IUP, Elon, James Madison, and Indiana.
But wherever he's gone, that
I
guy
win.
wins. And he brought in a lot of transfers, a lot of his guys, and they're playing in his system. And damn it, they are multiple. They are hard to defend. He is one of the bright offensive minds in the schemes that they run. And then the other one is, and it's tough to say. I mean, look, let's not make Nebraska out to be a world beater. And this is why I said I'm waiting to see. Like Indiana, you intrigued me. You now have my attention. But up until this point, you've played Florida International, Western Illinois, UCLA, Charlotte, Maryland, Northwestern. I mean, that has to be the worst schedule of a Power 5 or Power 4 in the country. And so we were like, all right, let's see what happens with Nebraska. And you drubbed Nebraska. And now you got Washington, Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State. There is a path for Indiana to be in the Big Ten championship game. There's a path for Indiana to be on the college football playoff. But it will get harder from here on out. You passed your first test with flying colors. You have my interest.
Yeah, so he got, I went and looked it up. He got in the portal 2 defensive linemen, 1 corner, 1 safety, 1 rover, and 1 linebacker. Yeah. Also brought in that quarterback, Rourke.
Yep.
All from the portal.
Yeah.
So that really helped. I also read an article on him that he said the second he came in, he said he wouldn't take the job unless they did these things. And they have put their money where their mouth is. They got a new indoor practice field. They upgraded the weight room, which he said needed to happen instantly, and they put in a bunch of new suites at their stadium. He basically came in and said, I can make this place a legitimate football program, but you have to give me the resources to do it. You have to help me do it.
And they've done it.
And this is his first year.
Yeah. So, the question, can he recruit? Can he build it? Can he build on, and can they keep him? I mean, look, if they have
he may be gone.
If they have a big year,
who's going to be
Florida?
Well, how long was he at James Madison? And did he I'm wondering when one of the people came knocking for him at that job, because he was tremendously successful there. But it'd be interesting to know if he'd been courted before he finally came out.
Yeah, only 3 years.
Yeah.
No, 5 years. Sorry.
Okay.
So it's one of those things that
he went 52-9 there.
Yeah, like
pretty good.
The guy's good. I mean, again, wherever he goes, but you have to believe, and this is the crappy part about college football, is let's say they have a dream season and they go to the college football playoff, they win a game or 2, whatever. Does anyone believe that he's going to be at Indiana? It won't. He makes $4 million a year, and it's Indiana. And he'll say all the right things about I love my players and, blah, 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 blah. And then, USC will fire Lincoln Riley, or Florida will fire Billy Napier, or whatever, And,
what about Arkansas?
I don't know if Arkansas...
They're talking about firing Boss Hogg.
Oh, Pittman, huh? I don't know if Arkansas gets him out of Indiana, because that's the thing is, if he has a big year like he's having right now, they'll be a much better job than Arkansas that comes calling. Because honestly, in this day and age, like Arkansas, whatever.
Is he the hot guy?
Who stays at their school longer, Jed Fish or Kurt Signetti?
Jed Fish. You got to win in order for someone else to want you.
Ooh, that's a good question.
So
I might go Signetti.
Yeah. I'm gonna say no, but I mean, look at this.
I think Fish is gone this year.
You got to win. No one's hiring Jed Fish right now. You know.
Well, what if they beat Indiana?
Yeah, then maybe
they play him.
Yes,
this weekend.
Let's just say that Indiana's got a lot of meat left on that bone, but there is a path, and that Nebraska one certainly it woke me up.
And finally, for our 5 college football burning questions today, if you are Oregon, would you rather play Ohio State again or Texas if it came down to it?
I think I'd rather play Texas, to be honest with you.
Good question, though.
I don't know. Sometimes, they would say the devil you know better than the devil you don't know. I'm not certain that that's the case with Ohio State. Look, in that night, you were better than Ohio State. You won't get them again at Autzen Stadium. And from the penalties to the onside kick to the PI, and look, and this can go the other way too. It looks like you should add an interception to start the game, right? That one. But then, Harmon makes the unbelievable strip sack. It wasn't a strip sack. It was just you ripped the ball away. I'm not certain on a neutral field that you feel great about beating Ohio State again. Ohio State did not play a very good game, and Oregon played a really, really nice game. And it came down to an absolute nail-biter. I'm not certain you want that again on a neutral field. You're not scared of Ohio State, but I know what Ohio State can do. And Texas, I don't know. We thought that, and then I watched them play Georgia, and I didn't love Texas's offense at all. And I think Oregon's defense could do stuff against them. I think the Texas defense played really well, but again, I'm convinced that Oregon's offense can score on anyone. So, believe it or not, I'll take Texas. I'll take Texas and a new beast rather than trying to reinvent the wheel and beating Ohio State twice.
What about Duck Boy over there? What do you think, Buckley? Being a fan.
I mean, it's tough because I hear and agree with all the stuff that Suk is saying, but at the same time, I thought Oregon could have played a lot better in that game. I thought, as far as the mistakes that they made, not getting the break on the interception, I watched them match up against Ohio State and said they can do this. So knowing that, I'd like to see them go do it again, I think. I mean, not that they couldn't against Texas, but I think they could do it again.
There's something about Washington beating Texas last year and the Sark component.
Yeah.
That as good as Texas is, and
Good point.
they don't really scare me.
Yeah.
And they probably should, but they don't.
Yeah. Big games, right?
Well, yeah. Look at last week.
Yeah. It didn't look pretty. Didn't look pretty at all.
I mean, what was that?
Well,
at least in the first half.
Oh, it was ugly as sin. And I hate
And their quarterback play isn't very good.
Well, and that's kind of my thing. When I watched Will Howard in Ohio State, they kind of went up and down the field. I'm not certain that Texas is going up and down the field on Oregon. I was really unimpressed with Texas's offense, and I think Texas right now has a bit of a quarterback thing I'm not certain about. That's why I know it's weird, but I'll take Texas on a neutral field. And I had to say, you got a week to get ready for them right now. I think I'd rather play Texas if I'm Oregon.
All right. There are the burning questions, and we have extinguished them. They're no longer burning.
No. Smoldering.
Smoldering, that's right.
Owned by emojis.
We have a big sports night in Portland tonight. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report. The
The Fan.
Hey, Halloween next week, guys. You guys ready? Got all your candies?
No one comes to our house for Halloween anymore.
We don't get take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass.
Although we are getting a little more.
We don't get trick-or-treaters either.
Well, a lot of the olds are dying off in my neighborhood, and we are getting some more. I mean, it's getting gentrified, so we're getting some more.
More zombies?
Yeah. So, I maybe we get a couple, but, I think the last 2 years, I think we've gotten like 2, and let me tell you, BTJ is devastated. She desperately wants to hand out candy and tell kids that they're adorable, and it's not happening. Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, she's trying to make the house more like Halloween friendly. Like we put up Halloween lights and there's a skeleton out front. And I'm like, honey, there's no
not
kid.
happening.
There's no kids.
Yeah.
Unless
and it looks nice, but it's not going to change anything.
Driving in there to trick or treat.
Unless 70-year-olds are taken to their rascals and trick or treating, it is what it is.
Yeah. It's too bad.
Yeah.
Or is it?
I don't know.
I don't think it is. Tonight.
Well, you hate all things kids, and that's exclusively Halloween.
We have the Timbers and Whitecaps.
That's right.
At Prov Park, big game.
I will be there supporting my Timbers.
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
Mainly by eating pot stickers and drinking pub beer. But I will also be supporting the team along with the appetizers and pub beer.
So, if they win, they have to play the top seed.
Yeah, L.A.
And we don't like that. Well, there's 2 L.A.s.
Yeah, this is LAFC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're even better than the other LA.
Yeah, the Galaxy is kind of like old news down there. They've been
right.
They've been supplanted by the other LA team. Although Inter Miami, the fighting Messi's, they broke the MLS record this year for points.
Did they?
Yeah.
Is Messi still kicking the ball?
Yeah.
Like a little.
Yeah. He's got like him and a couple of his buddies, and they're just better than everybody as well.
So are they going to win it? You think?
I don't know. I just know they broke the record for points.
Well, but are they awesome? They're not the number 1 seed.
They are the number 1 seed.
I thought LA was the LAFC was the number 1.
You realize there's 2 conferences. Your soccer knowledge is amazing.
They have 2 conferences?
How many teams did you think were in the MLS?
Like, well, hold on a second. The Celtics can't be the number 1 seed, and also the Thunder be the number 1 seed.
This is adorable. This is like when you thought that Tampa and the Lightning were both going to the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's not the WNBA. There's not 12 teams.
Hey, I love soccer.
So, yeah, LAFC had 64 points, and the Fighting Messi's had 74.
I'm gonna say Miami wins it all.
I don't think that's really going on a stretch. Turns out that old-ass broken-down Messi is still the best thing that American soccer has ever seen.
And then we also have, while everybody's piling into Prov Park for the big game tonight, people are going to be piling into the Moda Center to watch the Blazers lose to the Warriors.
Yeah. Not certain.
And it's not even sold out.
No, that's the weird part, is it's opening night for the Blazers and the game's not sold out. That surprises me.
I saw a stat that said 86% of the bets are on the Warriors.
I have no idea. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Because they're favored by 6.
Well, and the Blazers are injured, right? But I don't know why. I have early on, the second half of the season, they'll pull the shoot. I have a sinking feeling that early on they're going to be better than people think.
Well, that will bum some people out.
That would bum some people out.
I could see Chance having them all fired up
yes.
and playing well like for 6 games.
Yeah, because Ayton wants to get out of here and go somewhere else, and someone will pay him. Grant will do what he does, and he'll be solid, and then they'll pull the shoot at the end. Scoot knows that his ass is on the line this year. I don't know.
Well, then you got Klingon.
Yeah, and I think Klingon is going to be a nice, again, it's preseason, but he's never going to be a star. But I think Klingon's going to come in and be a solid NBA player right away. I don't know. I have a sinking feeling that they aren't going to be dreadful and that no one's going to be happy about it. And then guys will start, well, they're already getting hurt. We start getting some more injuries. And then down the stretch, El Tankaruni, they're going to lose like 17 of their last 20 to end up with like a top 4, odds of getting Cooper Flag.
Well, you guys were talking about this earlier with the whole them firing Chauncey's brother and kind of trying to get him to fire. Like, it does feel a little bit like he might be in the whole like Lou Brown Major League thing. Yes. It's like, well, everyone's against us. No one wants us to. The only thing for us to do is win the whole effing thing.
Chauncey doesn't.
Obviously, they can't, but he can put some fire in there.
Do you think there's a cardboard cutout of Jody Allen?
Oh, I hope so.
In the locker room?
Boy, why did you do that? Why did you put that image in our head?
What?
Why?
Didn't everyone get that image when he said that?
Why? I did not.
What?
I did not.
How did you not? My God.
Now I can't help but see it. Thanks a lot. At least the major. Well, I'm not going to.
Feeling hot.
Now I want someone to create that and bring it. How long if you brought that to the game?
I don't think they're gonna let. I think as soon as
that's what I'm asking. How long before it gets removed?
As soon as it went viral.
As soon
on
as
X.
they see it. Yeah. Yeah. She ain't because she's gonna be there.
Is she gonna be there for the opener?
I mean, I don't know. She usually is. She's down
I
there.
love how you're like, I don't know, maybe.
Well, she's usually down there.
I don't think she's there tonight.
Really?
Yeah,
for the season opener.
For the season opener.
I'll bet you on that.
Okay,
I bet she's down.
Let's see what happens.
Has she been there for? Because
Yeah,
this isn't her first season opener since Paul passed.
No.
So like,
oh God, no.
No, I know, but so has she been to the
yes,
others?
She's down there a lot. You got to give her this. She goes to the games. She does show up.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't know if she's there now. I'm going on a limb.
Think she's at the Timbers game?
Yeah, she'll be over there. Maybe I'll come say hi to her
with her scarf.
Yeah, go over there with some. She's in her little Timbers hat. It's gonna be chilly tonight, man. You telling me you'd rather go sit at Moda and watch that than go to the Timbers game? No.
Why would you think that I would think that?
I just don't. That's not even a contest.
that is a souk I don't know.
Where the hell did that come from?
When Rob
Just
asked
a
you if
second
Miami
ago.
was going to win the whole thing.
Do you listen to your own
that's
show
from today?
You just said that.
Hey, Souk, do you think Miami wins the whole thing?
I don't remember doing
Oh
that.
my God.
Wow. Well, I've amplified it a little bit, but
I was going to
that's how
say
it was.
God. Like a Neanderthal. Hey, Souk. Who's going to win the Timber?
Hey, my Timbers are going to win tonight. That's all I
Are they?
know. Yeah.
Are the Whitecaps good?
Hey, I've seen the Whitecaps in enemy territory. I was in Canada earlier this year, and I went and saw the Whitecaps. Let me tell you, wasn't impressed.
Okay, well, there's your scouting report on tonight's matchups.
Yeah. Let me say their beer line, totally lame. It wasn't a great environment. They play in a big old empty stadium. It's kind of lame. Whitecaps your entire environment, and I'm going to tell them that tonight when I'm down there and be like, hey, I saw your crappy home stadium. It sucked.
So is this like the play-in game?
Yeah, it's the wild card. Yeah, this is the 8-9.
There's only one.
Yeah, this is 8-9. So winner goes on and probably gets their ass kicked by LAFC, but yeah, it's the playing game. So you're in the tournament, but you got to face Kansas after this.
All right, up
Rock
next,
chalk.
it's the club. I've got a hypothetical, and we've got hot rat talk on the fan.
Commercial industrial.
and a man of increase.
I love cows.
Mariano.
Alameda.
Tonga Valaiwa.
Roger Goodell.
Finally but not last. Finally but not last, winner of the Golden Boot, the Torminates, top scorer, and the Golden Ball, the best player, Megan Rapinoe.
With all that
Watchdogs over the Metropolitan.
You got another thing coming.
Sorry.
Hondo P.
Sorry. Unwelcome sight in the neighborhood. A developer is being greedy. There's a hole.
By the way, to further my the Vancouver Whitecaps stadium situation sucks. We did go to a game there, and it was like a terrible environment. So someone has correctly pointed out, and I didn't know why this happened. I thought it was maybe like a coin flip or something. The Whitecaps are actually the 8th seed, and the Timbers are the 9. But it's being played in Portland because the Vancouver Whitecaps have motocross going on at their stadium.
You know what? I read about this. I didn't realize that it affected the Timbers, but I read like, yeah, what kind of second-rate pro organization gets moved out because of motocross?
They got a playoff game for their playoff live, and they're like, yeah, I don't know, we're going to have to play it down in Portland. We got a motocross event. We can't move. Oh. And even better than that, if it happened and somehow they were to go on to play in the MLS Cup, which again, you can host that. Like when the Timbers did, they lost, but we were there for that one. It would not be in Vancouver because, well, Taylor Swift's in town.
Tay-Tay. She ruins everything.
It's just hilarious. They're missing out on playoff games due to motocross.
Well, the Timbers better not lose now because you got a big motocross break.
Yeah. Home field advantage, man. Why motocross?
They got to capitalize on that.
So clearly the Whitecaps were not prioritizing the kickball there as opposed to motocross, which, I respect motocross, bro, but
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
You would think that soccer would be more important.
I wonder if that has to do with just its contract, the contract that they signed with the motocross thing. They looked at that and went, oh, we can't get out of that.
And motocross is like, yeah, we ain't moving. Sorry, dude. Suck it. We're coming here. But there's not another place you can play that in Vancouver for like the 9 fans that go. Instead, you got to go on the road.
Well, most people can suck it.
There's not another stadium there that you can play at. I mean, I guess this time of the year up in Vancouver, it might be hard to play outdoors because there's 2 stadiums side by side. There's Rogers Arena and there's Rogers, I think, Palace or Stadium, because one is the outdoor, like football, and the other one is indoor for hockey. But I guess the Canucks are playing right now, so maybe that's not, probably not enough room. There's not another stadium anywhere there that you can squeeze a soccer game in.
Did you hear Buck during the break at all?
What was he doing?
You didn't hear any of that?
Nothing stood out. Why? What?
We were talking animals.
Oh, yeah. There was a...
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was dealing with I had major dog drama at my house.
Uh-oh.
Well, the big fella goes to, once a week, he goes to like a dog play date.
He's got a dog mentality.
Yeah, we just send him to like a doggy daycare just so he can get other interaction with dogs. He loves other dogs. He snapped at a dog today and got put in doggy timeout.
Uh-oh.
And let me tell you, BTJ is not happy about it. She's very, very sad.
What is she not happy about?
That he snapped at another dog. He didn't bite another dog, but he snapped at.
Well, he is a dog.
Well, that's good luck. He's never done it before, Rob. He's the friendliest dog of all time, and now he's shown dog emotion. And this is now a multi-text thread that we have going on, including the broken heart and crying emoji. And I was like, what, did he maul something? Like, no, he snapped and growled at another dog. And we can't have that.
How do you write this in text form?
Oh.
Honey, call me. He bit another dog.
You know what it is? It's probably like the palm. It's like the palms up emoji guy, and then like the wonky face.
Yeah.
Face,
Oh, what do you want me to do? Oh.
The text was, he was a naughty student at school today. Broken heart emoji. Yeah, so he growled at another dog. Can you believe it? A dog growled at another. Do you understand the drama that this is going to bring in my house? I promise you that for the next 11 days,
Not 12.
Not 12, 11. Bare minimum, 4 to 5 times a day, I'm going to get this one. You think he's okay?
Got a dog mentality.
You think he's okay? Yeah, he's fine. Are you sure? Something's wrong? Something's going on. Why would he growl another? Because he's a dog. I don't know. Maybe that dog was being a real bitch.
I'd say those dogs, it's real weird. Like, they're pretty unpredictable when they get around other dogs they haven't met.
Yeah.
Because some of them, they're like Molly, little Molly Tengies.
Yeah.
She likes some dogs, particularly small ones.
Sure.
And then other ones,
Doesn't
she
like
just
all.
wants to bite their faces off.
Well, yeah, isn't that
That's
like
the pheromones
Isn't that
thing.
like people?
Yeah.
Sometimes you meet someone, you're like, oh, this dude's my buddy. And other times you're like, dude, I want to kick you in the balls.
Yeah.
It's just weird because he's like, it's the weirdest thing because he's this enormous bear, but he's like the friendliest. He just has no aggression in him whatsoever. But he is a dog, and so for the next 11 days, I'm going to have to constantly reassure the BTJ.
Why is it 11 days?
Because it just will.
That's really random. Oh,
it's got to be. It will be an ongoing thing. Like he's going to eat a treat in a weird way, and it's going to be like, is there a mouth cancer going on right now? Is that why he's upset? He took a treat from me in a different way. Or
Does BTJ always think something's wrong with him?
Always.
Yeah. My wife does that too.
Something's up.
Hey, well, she's acting really weird. Well, you did drug her. Yesterday, she was fed up with her. She gave her trazodone or whatever.
Trazodone, yeah.
Yeah. So the dog's all like, bleh. And I come home, my wife's like, something's wrong with her. I'm like, well, you gave her a trazodone. What the hell do you think?
Oh, her temperament's different because she's on medication?
Yeah.
No way.
It's like, come on, man.
I got
little dog.
I got this one time, and I at first I thought, because sometimes I think she's doing bits, like, because that's what I would do, and then I realized it's not bits. Akitas, their tail curls, right, and then it sits to one side. So his tail always sits on one side. So like sometimes like as a joke, I'll bat the tail to the other side, and he always brings it back to the other side. And there was one day where there was a bit of an issue going on because what was happening? He's holding the tail to the others.
Oh.
I was like, what? She's like, and then we had to literally.
What?
This was a conversation that we had to have because, well, what if is something wrong because the tail could be on the other side?
What?
Yeah, Buck was talking about the different names for groups of animals.
Yeah, I did hear some of it.
Well, this was spawned because you asked, like, well, what's a group of rats called? And we determined it was either a mischief or, what was the other one we had?
Plague.
A plague, yeah.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Great.
Because the gold standard in my mind has always been the murder of crows.
100%.
Dude, that's just such a badass.
Right.
Dude, a murderer of crows, let's go. In fact, the Sons of Anarchy, which was one of my favorite shows of all time, they were Sam Crow. That was the name of their motorcycle group. That was the acronym for it. And for the last episode, the White Buffalo, who's phenomenal, wrote a song called Come Join the Murder, which is just play on words. It's amazing. Come join the murder. You're like, hells yeah. But then I heard a plague of rats, and I'm sorry. That may be cooler than a murder of crows. Hey, what happened to your buddy? He got murdered. What do you mean he got murdered? He got murdered by what? Plague of rats. Just an army of rats coming at you?
Listen to some of these.
Yeah, I think Isaac's favorite that came out of this was a conspiracy of lemurs.
Ooh, gosh.
Dude, they're called a conspiracy.
Pretty good.
Bad. And I would think that lemurs are constantly up to something.
Amazing.
That's great.
As are Asians.
You have a coalition of cheetahs.
That's
you
cool.
have, let's see, a tower of giraffes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's
A bloat of hippopotami.
Because they're all fat.
Bloated.
Fat butts.
A cackle of hyenas.
Cackle, okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
A shadow of jaguars.
Yeah, see, so all these come from just the way the animal is.
Yeah.
And I think that's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that they did this with
A
animals.
labor of moles.
I like a shadow of jaguars, although aren't jaguars like solitary animals? Do they not?
I don't know if they're
Well, I
pack
think
animals or yeah.
That's kind of shadowy, right?
Yeah.
Like they're.
The shadow of jaguars.
You have a romp of otters.
I love
Dude,
that. What about the business of? Is it business of ferrets?
Let's see. Ferrets is a business of
It's
ferrets.
a business
That's right.
I love everything about this.
A prickle of porcupines.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
What did you say for eagles?
Oh, a convocation of eagles. Wow. A wisdom of wombats. A zeal of zebras.
God.
I don't know who's ever sitting around coming up with these, but
What a
that's
great
got to be a
job.
great job.
Whoever,
it's genius.
Yes.
How about a parliament of owls?
Yes.
Can you get that guy to name comets?
Seriously, or hurricanes. This is so much better. Dude, I've been inside one of those owl, it's like an owl petting zoo sort of thing. No one once told me that I was walking amongst a parliament of owls, and now I'm kind of pissed.
How about an ambush of tigers?
Ooh, I don't
Yeah.
A fever of stingrays?
Somebody said it's a congress of baboons. Is that right? Tell me that's right.
Let's see.
Tell me that's right.
Baboons.
Yes.
I've also seen troop because a lot of primates are troops like monkeys, but it says here baboon troop, but it's possible
Okay.
they're also
Congress of baboons.
But I think maybe they're talking about U.S. Congress.
It's
Hey,
possible. Now I just want to see like a skit of baboons, like in the, doing some sort of congressional committee, but have the baboons playing it out, just flinging poo at each other.
A charm of finches.
That's
a
bird.
flamboyance of flamingos. How about that?
What was I liked the, was it the business of wombats?
There's the wisdom of wombats, and
Yeah.
there's the business of ferrets.
I love the business of ferrets.
How about a
and
conspiracy of lemurs?
a conspiracy of lemurs was beautiful.
A group of goldfish is called a troubling.
Really?
I mean, I guess you don't see goldfish together a lot, and if you did, that would be troubling. I don't know.
No, what's troubling about
Nothing.
goldfish?
Nothing.
It's not going to do it. By the way, I learned, speaking of little fishes, or fish, the fishies, I learned that piranhas are not dangerous to humans.
What?
Yeah, I always thought, like, when you were a kid, and you would read about, like, or you'd hear about, like, the jungle or whatever, like quicksand, and, like, it was the piranha, and it was always, like, if you put your foot in the Amazon, the piranha would, In fact, I was watching the new Beetlejuice, which, by the way, don't.
I won't.
Oh, my God. That thing. I'm
You
not
don't
sure.
have to worry about me.
Yeah, well, wasn't gonna, but still won't. Thank you.
I'm not sure which is worse, the new Ghostbusters or the new Beetlejuice, but geez. It is hilarious, though, because the dad in that turned out he was a pedophile, so they kind of had to eliminate him from the movie, and the way they did it was really awkward. They couldn't just be like, yeah, the dad turned out he was stupid underage boys. But in that, this is what made me think about it. One of the characters, and then when you go to the afterlife in Beetlejuice, like, however you died, that's how you're at in the afterlife. And the girl's dad got eaten by piranha. So he's got little piranha hanging off of him and his face is all ripped up. And that's when I was like, oh yeah, I read about this, and I guess piranha will eat something dead. Like if you put a dead body, they'll clean it up. But I guess piranha want nothing, like they will not attack. So you can walk around in piranha infested waters, and there's never been a thing of a piranha, a school of piranha attacking a human being.
Well, the way I've understood it is because we ate piranha.
Yeah.
And caught piranha.
And you said it was pretty good, right?
In Peru. Well, they're very small.
Yeah.
And so there's not a lot of meat on it. But yes, it was delicious. Just the meat right on the ridge of its back is really good. But they were everywhere.
Yeah.
And our guide was missing probably 7 of his fingers. So they will take off the tip of your finger when you're getting them off a hook.
But that's different.
But what I've always understood is they certainly won't. They're not just going to, like, if you jump in the water, they're not just going to swim up and collectively eat you.
Yes.
But they are attracted to blood.
Yeah.
And so if you, let's say you cut your finger or something, and then you put your hand in the water, which would not be a wise move.
Yeah.
Then they might come up and get after you.
They bite you, but they don't, like, you wouldn't die from if a piranha bit you, it would bite you, and then it would take off. They don't attack living.
Yeah, what they're eating as a school is dead things. Yeah, they're picking it.
And I always kind of had this image in my head of, like, you're walking across in, like, piranha infested waters, and then, like, a plague of rats descends upon you, and they're like yum, 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 and then you fall in the water, and then they attack you, and it turns out
that's not true.
That's not true.
That's just the movies being the movies.
Yeah.
Where did we learn that? Like,
and that's just is always one of those old school, like in every jungle movie, the fear was
Yeah.
crocodiles and piranha.
Like, honestly, like cartoons. Like, if the cartoon protagonist falls in the river, he's immediately surrounded by piranhas that, like, pluck him to the bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, a piranha will clean off your leg in, like, 45 seconds. And then you see the videos of, like, people take, like, a hunk of meat and put it in a tank with piranha, and they tear the hell out of it. But that you could put your live leg in there, and a piranha like you said, unless you're bleeding or something, the piranha is not just going to sit there. And once you start moving your leg, the piranha runs away because it's a tiny little fish.
It's a little bitch.
Yeah, and you got your big ass leg in there.
Tell you what, those teeth are sharp as hell, though.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't want to take one off a
That
hook because that
whiny
piranha,
bitch.
then it's fighting for its life.
But it's not unlike Jaws teaching us that great whites will eat us. And
he's a bitch.
Just because.
Yeah. And now you see the videos of people actually swimming with great white sharks, which I still would never do, but, you know.
Yeah. They don't want to.
Those people do it.
Yeah. All right. All right.
A stench of skunks. I got one more for you.
A stench of skunks. Well, again, that makes
sense. We're going to power rank a group of animals being loose on an airplane. That's what we're going to do. I've got several options for you because the rat that was on the Spirit Airlines flight from Dallas to LA, that thing was enormous. Have you seen the video yet?
I have not. I need to look this up.
See the video. It's
So
out
just
there.
the Spirit rat.
Yeah. Dallas to LA, some guys filming, and that thing, you can't see the whole thing, but it looks ginormous.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that story next on The Fan.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
It's been a wild
think is a little worse than it just running around on the ground.
Yeah.
For some reason, just having them up there above you is weird.
Well, again, I contend that anytime something has the high ground on you, have you ever had to kill a spider and it's on the ground, it's no big deal. But when the spider's on the ceiling, you feel you're nervous. It's it's.
Well, I do have to kill spiders.
Yeah.
In my house, it's probably top 3 on my list of
manly duties.
Well, just it's on my resume as I'm very good at it, and I'm required to do it. Anytime there is a spider sighting, I am summoned.
I think that's
quickly.
Yeah.
And then sometimes, you go after the ones that are high up, and you don't really, you think you get them, but you don't, and they keep going.
That's why I'm saying the high ground, by the way, I've gone to an exclusive high ground strategy, and it's one of two things, actually. I will no longer make the attempt on the spider above my head with my hands. I either go vacuum, or I just go can of raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dead.
I go broom.
Yeah. But when you're, I don't like that broom. On the ceiling? Oh, that's a guarantee you're missing that thing. There's too many things in that broom for that spider to get in between. I can't trust that.
No.
Can't trust that.
It works fine for me.
No.
I'm a professional.
So the rat having the high ground, I'm with you. That's way worse than the rat being below.
Freaked out flyers spotted what appeared to be a rat. A video depicting the furry infiltrator has racked up around 2 million views on Instagram.
Yeah, it's a good-sized rat.
Dude, that thing is enormous.
Yeah.
Because you can kind of see its silhouette.
Yeah, it's solid.
It's huge. Look at the legs on that thing.
Well, I mean, rats can be pretty big.
It's like Hope Solo.
Well, and he can.
What?
And to
She
be
has
fair,
long legs.
To be fair, like it's the silhouette. So
Yeah,
you
you
know.
can't really.
Is
see
it possible that it looks worse, like because
Yes.
it's being magnified?
It definitely is possible.
Yeah.
Still, that's not good.
Well, you can't have that because then you start wondering, one, are there other rats? Are they chewing on wires? And next thing you know, it chews through like the hydraulic fluid, line,
That's
and then
right.
we're all dead.
So, rat on an airplane, not a huge deal, I wouldn't think.
Although, doesn't it make sense that it's on Spirit Airlines?
Well, yeah.
Look, it's Spirit Airlines. There's a good chance this is a Ratatouille situation, and that rat is probably the co-pilot. It's Spirit Airlines, for God's sakes. No offense, that's what you get for flying Spirit Airlines.
He just stepped out for a quick pee.
Exactly. He's like, I'll be right back. And, he's wandered back in the cockpit.
Power rank the following being loose on an airplane, okay? Because Snake is going to be on the list.
Yeah.
That would suck.
Well, that's got to be number one, right? I mean,
I think so.
Well,
but let me list a couple.
There's a reason why they made a movie called Snakes on a Plane and not Baboons on a Plane.
No, that's true.
Although baboons would be pretty scary too.
Baboons would be worse, I think, than snakes, but I don't think it
100%.
would be possible.
Conspiracy of lemurs on a plane.
No, that's just adorable. I'll tell you right now, if you told me, I would pay extra to have a conspiracy of lemurs on the plane.
That's a good idea.
100%.
What about a porcupine?
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I've dealt with a porcupine, and you don't.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with the.
No.
See, the porcupine is maybe worse than the snake.
Oh, 100%.
Because you cannot touch it.
No.
Like you're just screwed.
No.
So.
And if you ever dealt with a porcupine, they are.
My dog has.
Yeah, they are so much bigger than you think. I had to take one out. I had to shoot one when I lived up in the center because I had my dog cornered. I always had this, again, speaking of the piranha thing, I always thought porcupines were like the size of little hedgehogs. Dude, that porcupine was a big old bitch. That thing was like,
yeah, they're like armadillo size.
I was like, whoa. And then when the quills all stand up, it's like a peacock. That thing was scary.
What about an opossum? Probably not a huge deal on an airplane.
Nah, I'm not. Yeah, believe it or not, I think the rat is scarier because the rat can get into where the possum can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's just gonna sit and hide.
Exactly. Or you grab it by the tail and stick it in a sack, and then someone from Arkansas takes it home and feeds it, makes it its pet or dinner. The rat is worse than the possum.
What about an armadillo?
Again, I heard they stink.
I don't know much about the armadillo.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I think they carry disease too. Like I think that they're one of those animals that pretty much the entire species has something gross going on.
Unfortunately, again, I'm falling under the trap of if you told me there was going to be an armadillo on my airplane, it would make me want to fly.
You ever seen the little ones curl up and roll around when they get
look
scared?
pretty cute.
It's adorable.
Like if you said, "Hey man, you're going to have a middle seat." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not taking that." And they're like, "But the aisle seat, armadillo." I'm like, "What?" and I get like little armadillo snacks I can feed it, they're like, yeah. I'm like, I'm in. The armadillo's not worrying me at all.
What about some of the smaller animals like a tarantula?
Yeah, I don't like that.
What if we had we had 2 loose tarantulae?
No, right out. I'd rather have the rat. That's the first thing that you're coming with, and I'm like, no, give me the rat.
Okay, what about 5 scorpions?
Same thing, dude. I'll take the rat every time. I don't like scorpions. No, scorpions are. I may take the spider over the scorpion.
2 tarantulas.
5
so
scorpions.
You have to fly.
Yeah.
We're gonna unleash 2 tarantulas or 5 scorpions on your flight.
Taking the tarantula.
Yeah, me too. Just by numbers.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and plus, if you ever been like when you were in Peru or whatever, when we go down to Mexico and like South America and Central, down there a bunch, and the scorpions, they're just there a lot, like out at the pools and stuff. And
Well, we had them in Texas growing up.
Yeah, it's not good. You got to check your shoes. And
that's the other thing is they hide in like in little cavernous places.
Shoes.
So shoes is a horrible place.
No,
that's right.
And I know they're not going to kill you. It's just, scorpion, stings aren't deadly, those. But I just.
And even in the event of an encounter, I'm pretty sure a tarantula would walk right over you, whereas the scorpion might just use the stinger and sting you.
And
so
not only is the stinger kind of freaky, but and I feel this way about crabs and like crawdaddies too. I don't like there's something about the pinchers that I find very unsettling. I don't like it. It's not my gig.
So power rank.
Yeah.
The following being loose on an airplane. Everything I've mentioned.
Yeah.
We've got snake, rat, porcupine, opossum, armadillo, scorpion, tarantula.
The worst one, hands down, is snake. There's nothing.
Hands down.
Hands down. Loose.
You don't think a snake would be like an opossum and just kind of
go
to someplace warm and just hang out?
Probably, but it's no good. It's no good. I would never be able to be comfortable on that plane. If you told me there was a rat running around my plane, I'd be like, whatever. I don't care. Same thing with most of those. I'm not even paying attention to it. I'm like, what? I don't care. Worst thing is I open the door to go to the bathroom and I get one of these, and then like it scurries away and I'm fine.
I gotta be honest. I think the biggest problem is a porcupine.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, porcupines.
Second biggest problem, scorps.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm still saying porcupine's 1 because the porcupine's not going to hide and that thing's going to mess you up. So porcupine's 1. I'm still saying snake number 2, and then I'm going scorpion 3. I don't like the scorpions at all, but these scorpions are little. Again, I feel like maybe they would hide away a little bit. I feel like that porcupine, dude, someone's getting quilled. Because you're not taking that porcupine without a fight. Like with all those other ones, you can stomp them, you can squish them, you can trap them.
Yeah.
Trust me, you are not taking a porcupine.
What, are they aggressive? Wouldn't it just kind of mind its own business?
Yeah, until it feels pissed off because you walk by it and then it turns around and that quill comes up at you.
I think they're pretty docile though. I think you just you give it space and you're totally fine.
But there is no space. You're on an airplane. It's going to freak out.
What if I'm trying to get back to the bar cart? Are you telling me that I don't get my bourbon?
I'm not that worried about this porcupine.
Dude, I think they're a real problem. You had a porcupine on an airplane, S is going down.
You ever Buck, have you ever tangled with a porcupine?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As a hillbilly,
you don't have the.
I haven't tangled with any of these things, so that's not a.
Well, but a porcupine, you got to have a healthy respect for a porcupine, and the only way to get that is if you've had to deal with one.
When I was in elementary school, I pet a porcupine. The naturist, is that what they call them? The people who come from the nature museum, they brought one, and they just said if you pet with the quills the right way, it's totally fine.
No.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's like those spike strips going in and out of parking lots. If you go the wrong way, they'll ruin your tires. If you go the right way, it's totally fine.
Oh, what about a skunk?
Yeah, that's right. Actually.
Oh, that's a big problem because that's going to be a situation where once it gets ticked off, you better not be on a cross-country flight.
Noxious and that make you sick. And
that could be the worst of all.
That is the worst one of all of them.
Probably.
Because regardless of where that thing decides it's going to get mad, it's going to affect you.
Yeah. Then once that thing blows, you're hooped. It's coming at you. That is right out. Right the hell out.
All right. Well, we've solved some problems.
But that was the porcupine is my most hillbilly moment of all time. It was like 7 a.m. I was in my underwear and boots, and I killed the porcupine. I shot it, and my neighbor had come out because I was kind of by the fence line, and I was dragging the porcupine into the woods by its little footsie. And my neighbor came out, and there I was with a rifle, Sorel boots, just a pair of Mormon garment bottoms, no top.
You didn't have your Uggs on?
And was just dragging a dead porcupine into the woods, and I had to give him one of these. Hey, sorry about
How's it going, Bill?
Merry Christmas.
Sorry about the gunfire.
It would have killed a lesser man.
I love cows.
First thing in the morning, and I struck it in the woods and then hucked it and let nature take its course. But I will admit, I was a little embarrassed that the neighbors, when you come out to see why gunfire is erupting in the early morning hours, I'm guessing that's not what you're planning on seeing.
All right, we have unfortunate hearse failure news coming up next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Blazers just about half an hour away from tip-off of their regular season opener. They're at home at Moda Center hosting the Golden State Warriors this evening. Portland will be without Robert Williams, Shaedon Sharpe, and Matisse Thybulle. The Warriors favored by 7.5. In the NFL, a couple trades today. The Seahawks traded linebackers with the Tennessee Titans. They sent Jerome Baker to Nashville and in return received Ernest Jones IV. The Titans also traded receiver DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City sends a fourth-round pick back in return. Bryce Young is once again the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers after Andy Dalton sustained a thumb injury in a car accident. Meanwhile, former Jets head coach Robert Saleh has joined the Green Bay Packers staff in an unspecified capacity. In the college game, the number 1 Oregon Ducks host number 20 Illinois on Saturday. Ducks head coach Dan Lanning says receiver Trayshawn Holden is available after missing last week's game at Purdue due to team suspension. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has new shirts from the fan shows and hosts you love. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Big Souk here for the Big Ford Store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and number 1 in customer service, forget this, the 7th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you in the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I send my family and friends to because I know they're going to be well taken care of and you won't find a better deal, period. Vancouver Ford is proud to represent my hometown and
weather today?
Yeah, I did. And Buck was calling that out. I think that's great.
It's the best weather report I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's just so funny because these things get like loaded and populated into our stack, and they're always changing. And usually it says something about either, what's going on overhead or what may happen overnight. And this one was like, if you like the weather today, more tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
that's the most succinct weather forecast.
Yeah. It offers a really valid point. And but I'm asking you something.
But I'm not even sure I could tell you what the weather today was like.
Oh, come on.
I thought the weather today was quite nice.
Of course you know what the weather is like. That's the whole point, is that everybody knows what the weather's like because they're alive.
Yeah.
And they have eyes.
Yeah.
And they feel.
Are your eyes very important to you?
Well,
always.
I wore a sweatshirt today, and I didn't end up putting it on after I got done with the gym. I just wore my T-shirt and a little stocking hat. So you know what? I did like the weather today.
And I even made a point earlier today, walking Molly. I like the weather today. I thought that in my head.
Okay, perfect.
So I appreciate that lady is simply telling me, if I liked it today, which I did, I'm going to like it tomorrow.
If you're good today, you're going to be good tomorrow.
So I liked where that was coming. You know what? I appreciate it.
Coming from.
Or coming, whatever. I
Coming
liked
hard.
it. I liked it.
I came hard today. This is from Warsaw, Poland. A funeral home in Poland issued an unusual apology on Saturday after a corpse that it was transporting fell out of the hearse and into traffic.
Oh, that's problematic.
It probably is.
Yeah, that's
probably
not good.
is.
That's
Polish media report that a man was driving down a street Friday in a city in southeastern Poland when he saw a sheet on his car window. When the sheet slid down, he saw a body lying on the road. And for a moment, he feared that he had hit the person.
Yeah, it's a bit rough.
Local media published the image of the corpse lying on the street.
Really?
Yes.
Seems a bit insensitive, but
it's Poland.
Okay, yeah. The Polish people are able to handle it maybe a little better than we are.
The company transporting the corpse issued a statement Saturday taking responsibility. Well, I would hope so.
Our bad.
What if they didn't?
Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know whose fault it is, not mine. I don't know. Gosh.
Yeah, like what if they blame Putin? Look, what if they just start deflecting? Like, this is what you get when you have Putin running things.
They do some sort of political ad, and somehow it's, I don't know, it's Obama's fault.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, that sounds about right.
This is what happens when you are pro-abortion.
That's right.
Hearses fall out of cars.
That's right. It's God's punishment.
Bodies fall out of hearses.
Hearses?
Damn it. That was one of my worst moments in show history. 2 lines botched. I had to be better than that.
You knew where you were coming from on that.
It is with deep regret that we inform you that as a result of an unexpected technical failure of the electric tailgate lock in the hearse during the transport of the body of the deceased,
just came tumbling out, huh?
An unfortunate event occurred which does not reflect the high standards of our company, our deep empathy towards the families of the deceased, and the respect we always show to the deceased.
Imagine just driving, though, like you said. It's,
What a terrible feeling.
You're just driving along and then...
You're the hearse guy?
Well, no, I was saying the person behind the hearse.
Well, I would imagine the hearse driver feels worse.
Well, is it one of those? Because I've told the story. Me and my buddy were driving with a fridge in his truck, and then we realized that the fridge was no longer in our truck. And let me tell you, it's a terrible feeling when you realize you've lost a fridge. You're like, oh, my God. I can only imagine that it's that feeling times at least 10.
Well, and then what do? You pull over, you get out, you're like, okay, there's my body.
Yeah.
And then you're like, hey, buddy, can
you help?
Can you help me load up this old guy?
Well, look, I was not able to load a fridge by myself, so I'm assuming that dead body is also going to need some help. But
seriously, what do you do? I guess you got to call other people from the
or you flag someone down a good Samaritan. Where are those plumber bros that help the people? Yeah, I would.
You would?
I would.
You would help the corpse.
Yes.
The hearse guy put the corpse back in.
The mortician or the mortician's aide or what? Yes, I would help.
Wow.
Yes.
I don't know that I would.
If I'm driving down I'm driving down the road and I see old Gertie that just did a 2.5 gainer out of the back of a hearse, And then the hearse guy frantically pulls over, and I'm seeing this whole thing unfold. Yeah, the sympathy in me. Look, and I'll tell you what, I'm not taking the head, but I'll take the feet. Because I'm assuming.
So he gets the armpits.
He gets the
armpits. Do you think two of you?
Yeah, two of us.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm
out.
out.
As long as I'm taking the feetsies, and I'm not going north of the equator, then we're fine.
This is what strong youth are for. I'd call my kid. Like, get over here. I've lived too much life. I don't deserve this. You do. Help that man. Lift that body into that car.
Well, there you go.
Bodies fall out of hearses.
But I'm assuming the hearses, they're falling from the skies. But like, what else? Would you really just, if you saw a guy struggling with that, you would just keep going?
For sure.
And you think that the what was the sign? What do we call it? If you didn't or did return the shopping cart, didn't that mean what? It was something about your character. Like it was the sign.
Well, that is like the litmus test for how much you care about others in society is like whether or not you put the cart away when you're done with it.
I think that's a cowardly move. I think the better test is, are you willing to help the guy in the hearse bring a dead body back into said hearse?
Bodies fall out of hearses.
That is a much better test of what sort of person you are.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. Most people are going to not help. People aren't touching dead bodies, dude.
Body bag!
Is it? That's the question.
Get the paramedics over there.
Is it in a bag?
Maybe they. No, it was just.
All right, then
it was not.
You wrap a sheet, and you do.
Yeah, you do.
You go mummy style. Well, can I get morbid for a second? Because I do have. I do need that. Okay. All right, it's bad.
Okay, but can you hold on?
Yeah,
to
I
it?
can hold on.
This will be a nice tease for our next segment.
This is something that happened to a loved one of mine, and it was awkward, but it's been many years, and you got to laugh about it now. Okay. But I have had something similar. It's in this vein, and yes, it involves a sheet and me carrying a dead body.
God.
Yes.
Have we heard about this before?
I don't think I've ever told this because it was,
Jesus.
This happened.
All right. Well, now you have something to look forward to. We'll be right back to wrap it up on the Fan.
Seahawks football is on the Fan.
sad moment. Everyone's crying or whatever. And my parents have a very, it's an older house, and it was a narrow hallway to get back to their room. It's just one hallway that goes into the back of the house. And the guy comes in, and it's a big cart, that like a big EMT type cart, and it does not fit in that hallway. It does not. And he's like, well, is there another way? And we're like, that's the only way in the back.
Guys, that's the way.
That is the way. I'm like, you can go through the back bathroom. Like, there's another way around through the bathroom. But I'm like, that's actually worse. Like, there's too many corners. Like, it won't work. And by the way, the kid's like 19 years old and weighs like 115
There's
pounds.
only one?
One guy.
Well, what do they... Wait, how do they do that?
What was he even going to do on his own?
The cart has like the cart has a thing.
Okay.
It's like
you slide the board under, kind of a deal.
It's meant for this.
So he could have done that on his own if he could get the cart back there?
Apparently.
If they're sending him out on these house calls, he must.
And so I feel so bad for this kid, and the kid doesn't know what to do. He's like in a state of panic. And he's like, it's like, and I assumed that, that'd be some sort of experience. And so we didn't know what to do. And by the way, if you've ever tried picking up a grown man who's dead, it is really hard. It is dead weight. Think about like a kid.
I always think about that in the movies and TV shows.
Dude, it is
They
way
always
harder.
show people moving bodies. It's like, it cannot be that easy.
So we had no choice, and we just started laughing amongst our tears. We had no choice. Me and my dumb brother, we took my dad, we wrapped him in a sheet. One took one end, one the other. We wrapped him up like a burrito, and we carried my dead father out of the bedroom, down the hallway, into the living room, where we plopped him up on the gurney where they strapped him in, and away they go. So I have indeed covered a dead body with a sheet, and not just moved it into a car. I moved it down a hallway into a living room.
Did the kid tip you?
He should have. But I'll tell you what, that kid was so grateful, and he was very apologetic. I felt bad for the kid.
Yeah.
He was exactly what you would think a weird, nervous teenager who probably hasn't done this very much.
That's interesting. They only sent the one.
The one kid.
We had someone die at our house, a family member, and there were two of them.
Well, maybe we got used a discount mortuary. I don't know.
And
one guy.
And it was weird watching that whole thing because they had to go downstairs and like it was a whole, and it's very sensitive time, and it's just like, ugh.
It's not the easiest situation to finesse, is it?
I will never forget just holding one end of a sheet, carrying my beloved father, who I loved more than just about anything in this world, just carrying him down the hallway that like I used, that I've been down a million times, and like you're pulling an AHA video and you're bumping into walls. You're like, sorry, Dad,
all of a sudden you hear, ow! What if he dropped him?
Believe me, we thought about it. We're like, there's no way. Like at that point, you're holding on for dear life.
All right. Well, on that note, everybody have a great night. I don't know what's coming up next. Probably something super cool.
I think it's the Ducks coaches show.
Hell yeah. And then Dan Lanning, a part of our show tomorrow, 3 to 7 of the Fan Night.